Good morning, everyone. Alright. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day so far. I am just now waking up. How do I want to go about this? Okay. Let's head to the Mangled sector, I guess. I've kind of given up trying to figure out how to possibly get through this without killing the Commissar.
It's about time.
So I will just go take care of him. And hope for the best.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I can't believe that's a 53. I mean, we are missing a lot here. 20? But still. That would still only be a 73?
Victory awaits!
I have an 80% for this demolition. Alright, let's talk with the Commissar. The stately man in the Commissar's coat and a tall service cap greets you with the sign of the Aquila and a solemn announcement. Another loyal servant of the throne has found his way to us through these confounded catacombs. Fear not, approach. If you have faith in the Emperor, then you will find only allies here. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. The Emperor protects. Indeed, the Emperor protects. The Commissar's imperious booming voice repeats your call, and the rest follow suit. I require medical assistance. You do not look too badly injured. We are suffering from a severe shortage of medical supplies. Look at the Commissar. One might think that the archetypal Commissars from the Imperial Guard propaganda posters are all life drawings of this man. He has a large and powerful jaw. His eyes are hard and fearless. And the small scar over his brow adds a certain rugged charm to his features. His coat, though worn, has been diligently cleaned and mended, and the skull on his tall cap has been polished to a shine. Who are you? The man replies with clipped precision. Commissar Iako Satni. But my brothers and sisters in arms prefer to call me simply the Commissar. I was assigned to a regiment in the Vikentian Zovis, and I fought in the battle for the world of Kemalt Secundus, where I was wounded and taken prisoner while unconscious. Having recovered from my wounds, I carry on fighting the wicked Xenos as the head of the local resistance cell, which I founded. The Commissar's speech is vehement and decisive. My valorous comrades and I sabotage the enemy's activities while we devise our plan of escape. The streets of Kamara are like a maze of spider webs into which the Dark Ones lure unfortunate souls. Each thread that leads to freedom turns out to be another cruel deception in the end. Let's see. You must have faced many a danger here. What power do contemptible inhumans have to threaten true faith? What does your resistance do? Our first ongoing objective is to keep bolstering our ranks by seeking out prisoners who haven't yet lost faith. And willingness to oppose our nefarious jailers. Our second priority is to arm ourselves and train. I teach my soldiers the basics of guard tactics in order to mold them into fully fledged assault unit. Most importantly, we gather information and plot our escape. And the day when we pave the road to freedom with corpses of detestable Xenos is nigh. The Commissar's rallying shout makes his people square their shoulders, proudly straighten their backs, and respond with a fierce war cry. What were the circumstances of your capture? We engaged the enemy on the world of Kemalt Secundus in the Marcane marches of the Calixus sector. The loathsome foes of humanity were known to launch raids in the area, so we received orders to defend the good subjects of the Imperium. When the profaners descended upon us, we gave them no quarter. The enemy was routed, and my unit drove them back to their ships. Our counterattack drove a wedge into their advancing horde and thwarted the invasion, but it also meant that we were cut off on both flanks and surrounded. We fought valiantly for several hours to stop the enemy ranks from reforming for a new onslaught until we depleted our munitions reserves. By that time, our superior officers had already fallen, so I led my people in a bayonet charge. We taught the Xenos a lesson in blood, and then I have no memory of how the battle ended. I came to consciousness in this foul place, disarmed and on the verge of death. I thought I'd die, but it was not yet time for the Emperor to release me from his service. Malice sent me here for your head, however I have no desire to cause you harm. Commissar lets out a contemptuous laugh and nods approvingly at you. That scaled miscreant has long since wanted me dead. He craves my soldiers. He forced us from our base to this perilous place. But he will pay for his schemes soon once my plan is set in motion. It is a disgrace to serve one such as he. You ought to join our ranks instead. Together we will break out of this accursed city. What is your escape plan? Our own have captured a small Xenos ship that was moored for repairs at a remote unused dock. They eliminated the crew quietly, but left the pilot alive to sail the ship back to real space. We can get to the dock through a dimensional portal located at our old base. If the Monkey have managed to capture the vessel, they were permitted to do so. If they were permitted to do so, the plan is doomed to fail. Regrettably, Malice and his Shriekers drove us out and took over the base, so the first order of business is to confront him there. I propose that you take him by surprise and deliver the first strike. We will support the attack from the outside. Logic test failed. However, it seems improbable that anyone in Camera is prepared for such decisive covert action from the city's prisoners, so the Commissar and his people have the element of surprise on their side. Who are the people under your command? The core of my unit is composed of prisoners from various Arch-Militant regiments and a number of planetary guards. They formed the assault squad that went on to the special operation under Sergeant Vigaste's command. The rest are common people who had the misfortune of being captured by Xenos, serfs, nobility, administratum clerks, technomats, void workers, monks, anyone who found the courage to take up arms. The only kinds you won't find here are heretics, lawbreakers, and cowards. However, you managed to accomplish so much. Every morsel of intelligence we have acquired and every step of progress we have made was paid for in blood and pain. The information about the dying cabal, the dreads entering the docks of enemies and instead moors in an abandoned area was forced out of the captive Xenos. The knowledge of the portal was bought in exchange for 1/2 of all the weapons we had stockpiled, and taking that ship cost us several lives, each of which was worth more than this whole blasted city. I'm going to attack the Commissar. I don't like myself for this, but it feels like the safer option here. Brothers and sisters in arms, destroy the traitor who kills at the behest of Xenos. Yea, heretical.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Show them no mercy.
Oh god, and he's going first as well. Alright. Well. Ow. Okay, can you not?
Still draw breath.
Let's make it quick.
Am I just gonna die before I get a turn?
Ugh. Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Okay, let's perfect spot.
if it serves your... Another soul slips beyond the veil. I am not sure. Hear you moving. No more.
Alright, and then... You don't have your chest piece that you had. So it'll just have to be this. Pull.
If I must. I am not your... Don't touch me.
I've suffered worse.
Onward! Another one is down! Nothing I can't do.
Okay. I am going to... 29%? Are you shitting me? Reckless Rush. Sworn enemy.
Not a problem for me.
Let me heal.
Back into the fray.
Are you kidding me? Oh god. They get attacks of opportunity when I do that? Alright. Alright, let's give this to Irliet. Dismantling attack on the Commissar. To debuff him into the ground, hopefully.
My heart sings with the thrill of battle.
As well as debuffing the people around him. Did it not debuff him? I used dismantling attack, right? Penalty to armor, block, dodge, and parry. Okay. I forgot she didn't have the normal upgrades on it. Uh-oh. Well, we might be going back to the start of the game, guys. 54%.
Already done.
Yeah, I am just dead here. I am just dead here. I have 20 deflection. Maybe that'll be enough to matter.
Perish for this affront.
I can handle this.
I can't stand it! This way!
For now.
Emperor, protect me. I'll do what it takes.
That was insulting.
Quick, quick!
Yeah.
On my way.
You arrived at some interesting times.
Let's get to it.
I move as if unseen.
Alright, perfect spot. Alright. Those are 1s, those are 2s. And the Commissar is the only 3?
If it serves your...
Miss, it was a 95.
I am not
Pull.
your Xenos pet monkey. I understand. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
There we go. There we go. The scary one is taken care of.
Curse you, miscreant!
Alright, I think we're okay. Oh god, that one has an arc rifle. I forgot about that. Thankfully, I am currently without augments. Three. Oh no, I want to Reckless Rush first.
All 2. Not a problem for me. Already
Wildfire.
suits my purposes. There's nowhere to hide.
Unintentional augmentless strategy? Yes. And then I will sit on the person so that they can't fire. Hopefully.
Nothing I can't do.
Brace for impact.
Emperor protect me.
Emperor protect me. Here we go.
I'll live another day.
Let's get to it.
I approach the designated position.
Ow.
If it serves your cause, I am not your...
Oh god.
This tedium is beneath me.
Alright.
Curse you, miscreant.
This is fine. I'm nice and thick.
All too easy. Already done. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
I'm at up to 9 stacks of versatility. My weapon skill is almost usable. That's not what I meant to do. Whatever. It's fine.
Don't touch me.
I can't stand it. Follow my lead.
My exile has not
Ow.
ended
Make
yet.
it quick.
That was insulting.
Yeah, I have minus 20 from perplexed, minus 10 from getting struck, And I'm not able to use my augment to use my ballistic skill instead. I am below level 1 Abelard. I will cull. Make sure the sniper is taken out.
I hear you moving. No more. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Thank God Irliot is useful.
I understand your. I hear you moving. No
Unlike
more.
my main character, and unlike Abelard, who decided to go back to paper tank mode. Just decided to floor tank immediately. Okay. Endure. Reckless Rush. There we go. And
Suits
then
my
we
purposes.
Wildfire.
All too opposing me was your biggest mistake.
And then I can actually rush if I come down here.
Suits my purposes.
I'm up to 43 weapon skill. We're scaling.
This way!
You'll regret this.
Another soul slips beyond the veil. I align my path with yours. For now.
There we go. Oh boy, that was scary. We get the Commissar's cap. The Commissar's head. I'm gonna take this. I'm also going to take this. And a couple of these. Alright, and then we can sort from newest. 10 fellowship, 3% critical hit chance, both to the wearers and the allies. That's fine. Here, Abelard finally gets some heavy armor instead of medium. That will help him some. We also have an elite chainsword now. I will use that. And you don't have access, or can't use this, sadly. Alright, Abelard, you have a concussion. We should probably fix that.
What advice do you seek?
Ah, careful now.
I do not have the tech use for that. I
None
will
shall
come back
stand
for
in
that
my
when I
way.
have somebody that does. God, what a wretched fight that was. I will take that heavy armor as well. This area is not very friendly to tanks or for item-dependent niche builds. Purely it has the elf buff for actually finding items to use. Yeah, pretty much. If I ever find someone. Well, I mean... I found 2 people. The odds I can find somebody else are non-existent. Game. What's going on here?
A trivial task.
A new challenge for me.
The half-minute pause to admire the architecture? Yeah. Why is this only a 55%? How much ballistic skill do I need? Also, I love how much this lies. The effect will be removed at the end of combat. If gained outside of combat, visit the void ship to remove. I guess because it was gained outside of combat, I have to visit the void ship to remove. So I just have this for the entire act. Apologies for that. My keyboard likes to disconnect and reconnect at random.
Follow my lead.
So far, I am happy with how I've managed so far, but I'm not happy with how it's gone, if that makes sense. Yeah. Fun quirk. That's a way to term it.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Present the Commissar's head. Is this the one that was giving you, or who was giving you trouble? Is the only Commissar I could find? Malice's mouth opens disturbingly wide, revealing long dagger-like teeth. He stares at the head with naked hunger in his eyes. A fine offering. His mangy brain would make the perfect snack. But I have a better idea. Well done, humanling. Now is when I should hold up my end of the deal and remove the mind maggot from your body, but even if I tried to, I doubt you'd survive. I'm a fighter, not a hacker of flesh. I lied to get you to act fast. It's just life in the spires, you see. So who can help me? How would I know? None of the living refuse you will find lying around here in the chasm, that's for sure. Maybe a homunculus could cut out that shit, or cut that shit out of your body without changing you too much in the process. A crash and thundering footsteps interrupts the conversation. I came for the meat, Malice. Meat for the arena. The rumbling voice. The rumbling voice of the creature, stitched from flesh, pain, and fury, echoes inside the black helmet. Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little today. Yeah, no, I knew it wasn't, but there weren't a lot of other options. Malice looked scarier to fight than the Commissar, and that was the other option, it seemed. And it is waiting for you. Shriekers, the sand is once again thirsting for your blood. Those of you who will give their lives to entertain our masters. Know that I never cared. Those who will come back alive and in one piece will have as many stimulants as your pathetic bodies can handle. Give my best regards to the arena fresh meat. Address the monster. Who are you? Bring your untransformed meat to heal Malice, or it will not even make it to the pit. A third option with worst of both worlds? Really? Interesting. Examine the monster. The Hulk's body is crisscrossed by thick, ugly scars, as if someone stitched it together from different pieces. Its huge muscles are disproportionately swollen and riddled with peculiar wire-like augmetics running under the skin. Its backbone has been stripped of flesh and encased in the steely grip of a spinal transplant, and its face is hidden by a black helmet. What does this have to do with me? Malice looks visibly pleased when he says, "Now you are a shrieker, meat. Move it, the masters want to drink your suffering." We didn't agree to this, Malice? You don't say. Alright, to the, Why do I feel like this is gonna make me fight both of them? Which I don't think I can do. I don't know what to do here. How's it going, Cleve Wizard? Hope all's well. I guess I am ready. Act 3, Part 2, The Revengeing. Yeah. I feel like I'm missing so much content here by going in blind and not, like, reading through, like, a guide or something. The gladiators around you are exchanging anxious smiles. Whatever awaits you all fills them with a mixture of terror and anticipation. They're about to unleash fighters and beasts that will seek to eviscerate you. So try to survive until the end of the fight and meet. No one is expecting more from you. But should you kill something after all, do it painfully. Unless the master's craving for death agony is sated, they will release me into the arena, and you will regret that. Got it? Gotcha. I couldn't find any other companions. I had searched everywhere like 3 times over. I'm pretty sure Jai was supposed to be over by Rack, at the whatever place. But she wasn't, and Rack wouldn't let me into the, whatever place. So I couldn't get in there. I don't know where Eogunn is. I don't think I saw anything about him. And then who even is... Oh, Heinrix. I don't know where Heinrix is either. And then all of, like, the tech uses and stuff were all 10%. So that wasn't gonna happen. What is this place? The gladiatorial arena of the cult of the Fatal Thirst. This is where masters come for a new youth, where pathetic meat from the chasm is brought to die. What will I receive should I emerge victorious? Your life, but do not concern yourself. You will not win. I'm not a dogmatic here. I'm just going to go. I'm ready to fight. And try not to die the most pathetic death. Off with you, meat.
Rejoice, fire dwellers, for I have come to slake your fatal thirst. May the vicious hunt commence today. My wild hounds will enter the arena to taste the blood of its wretched challengers. Bathe your souls in their suffering. Make your guesses at whether the prey can overpower the predators. If you're looking for more refined entertainment, watch the ousted Draken of the Reaving Tempest fight for his life against the glorious champions of the arena, the blood-stained proselytes! If your soul is so hardened that only the triumph of violence can soften its scars, enjoy the massacre of the fearsome Flesh Gorger! Today, we will try to kill him again!
Guessing that's the Space Marine that, I'm aware of that you can get as a companion.
Is that all? Will you just give me your pet jesters? Don't be offended if I break your playthings, Kikeros.
Wow, Wrath of the Righteous doesn't even come to mind? It has the Flesh Markets, arena.
Let the fatal thirst be quenched!
But it's a pretty garbage arena, admittedly. Sorry, not the Flesh Markets, the lower city arena.
The Emperor is with us!
Horror constricts my chest. No, I haven't played Dance of Masks yet. I still haven't gotten to that. Sounds join in a terrible loop of self-repetition, mixing with grinding sound, becoming high, sharp, like the teeth of a chainsword and tearing at your eardrums. Prepare for battle. What the fuck is this?
Time to slaughter someone.
Alright,
If it serves your
perfect
cause.
spot. Negates all incoming damage from every second successful attack. Then we'll just make the first attack count for as much as possible.
Your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Alright, and then we will
I understand your intent.
do that. I endure. I
Nothing
brace.
can't do.
20 deflection and 85 armor. If nothing else, I'm thick.
Already
Sworn
done.
enemy. I will
Nothing I
Reckless
can't do.
Rush. Come up here.
Suits my purposes. Forge ahead.
Gladiator Arena and Illusioneer was okay as well, comparable to KOTOR. Alright. Earliet. Do me a solid.
Fall creatures!
Reduce its armor and its dodge. And then this got reduced a little as well.
I'm in.
Hold on. Out of my way.
Okay, this doesn't seem the worst.
Victory Victory is imminent.
%43%, huh?
At your beck and call.
Defensive stance.
I will
Sworn
do my
enemy.
duty. Indeed.
Let's get to it.
Okay, it seems more concerned with the
Hidden from my sight.
small things. I'm okay with that.
If it serves your cause.
I wish I could tell if it had its phase shift up currently. Well, we're gonna try. It had the phase shift up. Yes, I also prefer the story beats here so far.
If I must.
My
I
tactics are
endure.
flawless. Nothing
Reckless
I can't
rush.
do.
And then wildfire. I am doing this solely to get the versatility
Suits my
stacks.
purposes.
Okay, we're at a 0, so now we can deal damage. Okay, now I really can't tell.
Brace yourself, Abelard. Victory is imminent.
Endure. Brace.
It will be done.
Okay, we can actually do damage now.
I will do my duty. Indeed.
Alright.
Ancestors guide me.
Alright, now we should be able to do damage. And this should get the kill.
This tedium is to deal death with my hands.
Alright, we just dealt damage, so we can't anymore. Let us use
I am
this.
not your Xenos pet.
That way we break the
If it serves your cause.
phase.
I am not fortune favors the swift.
And there we get some damage in.
If I must.
Already done. Not a problem. Another clean strike. Suits my purposes. Oh, my ears are ringing.
Alright, unfortunately, ads are about to start playing. How's it going, son? Hope all is well. Ads are about to start playing. They last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Yeah, at least the Space Cats aren't likely to send me back to the prologue. They seem relatively tame. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue.
At your beck and call. It will be done. At your beck and call. My place is at the fort. Forth on Valencius! I will do my duty. Indeed.
Good old 25% here.
At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Show me what you
Oh god.
Miscreant!
Even with like 20 deflection and a bunch of armor, it still hurts.
If it serves your cause.
Juliet is carrying so hard right now.
I understand your intent.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Why did it... Why did it skip my turn?
Duty go hand in hand. I will do my
Okay.
duty.
Abelard, I'm counting on you to actually hit here, since, it skipped my turn for whatever reason.
It will be done. Indeed. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
You gotten a job? You run board games at the local, psychiatric center? Hell yeah. Kikaros hounds are dead. We've proven ourselves. Maybe the cult will even take us under their...
And you'll die quickly.
Are you ready to die?
Their protection, but there are too many of us, and there can't be too many winners.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
That was a 95! Ah, game, what the shit?
If I must,
Let's get to
you will pay an even greater price.
It sounds like a great job.
Nothing I can't do. Never wavered in the face of adversity. Already done. Watch and learn.
And then we charge in.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Have you enjoyed it? Are you surprised? The fallen Draken has defeated the best warriors of the arena. The cult appreciates it. Marazhai has been granted the right to join the bloodstained proselytes, our circle of champions. Did any of you expect to see a Monkey challenger survive the vicious hunt? Do you savor the sight of the flesh gorger devouring his mangled enemies? Is your fatal thirst quenched? Seems it is quenched.
We shall prevail.
Alright, let's look at my build guide here. This is level... Okay, this is degraded defense. And then we also grab... Is degraded I mean, it... Okay, it's for every 6 damage that the character's dealt, so it does stack really high really quick. For some reason in my memory it was just, you know, each... 1 stack for each instance of damage, but no, it's for every 6 damage that the character's dealt. That definitely stacks high quick. And then familiar kickback. Over here... Let's get Abelard leveled up first.
I'm at your service.
Degraded defense, and... punish the imprudent. Once per round, whenever an enemy that considers the Vanguard a priority target enters a cell adjacent to the Vanguard, that enemy provokes an attack of opportunity. Yeah, sure. And then, I'm guessing degraded defense here, potentially. No. Okay, this one is extermination. Okay, that makes sense. She makes a bunch of attacks, and she has so much scaling damage that this definitely makes sense. Flat damage will be very useful. And then pierce the armor. What do we have? Heavy great swords. Las pistols, the rippers, arena beast claws. Yes, she is also all of my damage, because I can't land hits at the moment. Yeah, I'll just take all of that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Why do you have a crippled leg? I should probably remedy that.
What is it? Your technology is limited, but I am grateful.
It's about time.
Alright. Apparently there was more that I hadn't grabbed. I will grab one of these. No, this isn't actually useful. Yes. The stranger standing before you brings to mind a motley-colored, long-limbed doll, abandoned amid carnage and detritus. The bright colors of his sleek costume seem comical against the unremitting gloom and hostility of this place. Only the sorrowful horned mask that hides his face and the dark hooded cloak he wears pay tribute to the overwhelming air of hopelessness. Every move the Xenos makes sings with theatrical precision and a predator's grace. You cannot decide if this person is an accomplished dancer or a master assassin. Heck, failed. Alright. You never heard of such Xenos before? What is he doing in the chasm? And why is he standing before you now? This crib of putrid flesh offends your taste. Oblivion comes now. Here, its nocturne plays. I am that starlit strain that chills the soul. The piece that doomed throngs pitches into dance. You are among them, merchant vagabond. So tread the steps, I say, skip fate's grasp. And ban this chatter. Iliot takes an involuntary step back, her face filled with fear. Arabenian, Doom incarnate, of all the places in the galaxy, you show yourself here. The outcast and the merchant, what a pair, bereft of blood and hope, without a path. The parent cloaks the cradle once again, and the babe is doused in darkness as before. but death is near. Asuryon's child, make haste. You know any, forget riddles for a moment. I am looking for my missing companions. Do you know anything about their whereabouts? Whose life so dearly does the merchant prize to boldly disrupt night's melody? I'm seeking a janitor for my retinue. Eogunn? The sage who dared to conquer death and time now stands before its threshold, past his prime, within the halls of flesh, both crushed and spent, yet proud, defeat he never shall consent. I wish to find my companion, Heinrix, one who mastered flesh's mysteries. The soul's enigma is what plagues his mind. All those who glint unnoticed by the rest, he now holds prisoner within his hall. What is this dance you're so intent in drawing me into? The steps you know already, vagabond. A knife-edge minuet you must perform between oblivion, foes, and your own friends. So heed my sonnet well, it holds the key. A melody of snarling agony, beguiling now by rending flesh bewitched. Through sinew, bone, and grisly pageantry, it calls the blood-soaked drape to come unstitched. A haggard chorus in the hall behind, their flesh employed to serve the maestro's art. No prayer for mercy slips from throats confined. The baton sets the beat of every heart. And entrails are for him an instrument, and veins a living stave sans parallel. Yet death to him is no impediment, for corpses' tunes do carry just as well. Through spectacles of blood and gore forge past, should crave your eyes to glimpse sun's light at last. Everything's perfectly clear. There's a certain maestro of flesh who conducts experiments on the bodies of others. He has a laboratory that can only be accessed by fighting in the arena to draw his attention. With his assistance, I will be able to escape the chasm. Oh yes, and your name is Nocturne of Oblivion. Have I missed anything? Xenos stills and looks at you intently. He's not accustomed to anyone so adroitly and quickly navigating his verbal labyrinths. That much is clear. At last, you hear a low chuckle behind his mask, and the Xenos claps his hands slowly, saying only one word, bravo. An indigo ripple passes over the Xenos' body, and he dissipates like a bad dream. I thought some illusion had clouded my gaze when I beheld the Arabenian at the Archon's court, for he is an omen of monstrous things to come. Care to tell me who that was? My brother? My kin? Like the Drukhari, he's not one of the children of the Assyrian. You monkey call those like him Harlequins, for they are memory, they are oblivion. It is the Harlequin's duty to remind our kind that despite our differing paths, we have but one enemy, she who thirsts. And among the Harlequins, there's no creature more unpredictable or perilous than the solitaire. Their entire lives are a spectacle where the art of performance and the art of killing are intertwined. Oh, I can imagine heretics have fun this act. How do solitaires differ from other Harlequins? Harlequins perform the dance without end, the tragedy of our people's past. There is one role which only an Arabenian may perform, the role of the enemy. She who thirsts, the reviled Slanesh. To delve into the mind of she who thirsts, even for a moment, is extremely perilous. Many have lost their sanity and even their life attempting to portray our kind's greatest enemy upon the stage. Only the Arabenian are capable of such a feat, and for that reason they are respected and feared by all Eldari, from the Farseers of the Assyriani to the Archons of the Dark City. The Arabenian's role is one of terror and isolation. They walk the path of damnation, doomed after death to surrender their soul to she who thirsts, and even a spirit stone cannot guard them from this fate. And Segarak, the Laughing God, must go into battle against Slaanesh for the soul of every solitaire, for in his victory lies the Erebenian's only hope of salvation. You fear him, don't you? To the depths of my soul. If you were truly wise, Elentok, you will do the same. What was he doing at the court? That I do not know. But what is not hidden from my gaze is his interest in you, Elentok. Tread carefully. Attention from an Erebenian bodes nothing good. Many believe that even speaking to one is tantamount to a death sentence. Why did he call me the merchant vagabond? Who knows? Those like him see the world differently and see no need to explain their metaphors to others. I mean, it's clear that merchant means trader and vagabond means rogue. Hello? Let's go. We should not linger here. Zen, normally unwavering, Earliet stops in hesitation. I promised that I would never again hide my soul behind a frozen wall of hubris and doubt, but this place has too many eyes and ears to be sharing such thoughts. Perhaps when we stop to rest in a place of quiet, you will find time to hear me, but for now, we must go.
None shall stand in my way.
Yeah. The fuck was that about?
A new challenge for me?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm aware of the flash of searing pain. Hey, here's Jai. Leave her, I'll break your neck. You shit-stained spawn of a Sekik and a Bildrat, let me in. The monster is looking at the frenzied Jai Haydari in cold silence. Hey, you pile of hot dung. Yeah, you dumb ashmag. I'm talking to you. Jai Haydari's looks match her coarse speech. Disheveled, ratty, and bereft of all her jewelry and rakish glamour. She's without her throat augment. And it looks like her throat's been completely sewn, like, all the way around. Eee. That doesn't look pleasant. Her eyes, locked on the gatekeeping monster, are brimming with fury and desperation, and her voice resembles a gruff bark. Here's the deal. I need to see your master to take back what is mine, you hear me? He and I have unfinished business. It doesn't concern you. And besides, Jai notices you and breaks off. Shireen, you're alive. You. She grits her teeth. Apologies, then. One moment. She turns back to the monster. I'm with him. I only need 5 minutes. Don't be a Sekek. Master said no. Only he is allowed. Go away. Looks like you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, you piece of... Jai breaks off, starts coughing, and throws her head back. Drawing a labored breath. To your surprise, you see living flesh where her neck implant should be, punctured by narrow scars, showing where the augment was once grafted onto the woman's skin. Now listen here, you ugly mug. I have an offer to make, and you do well to take it. Watch in silence for a moment. No, I'm gonna say what happened to you. I was in there. You understand? Jai breaks off and helplessly points at the entrance of the homunculus's chamber. That's where he cut me. The many-armed Ashmag took away my breath. He started by cutting off my head, but I was alive and conscious. I hung from the wires and watched what he did to my body. He took out the implant, the throat, and the lungs, the whole thing. Then he grabbed a chunk of flesh, messed with it, sewed it into place, and everything came back. Jai is overcome by a hacking cough, flecks of blood on her hands when she draws them away from her mouth. I'm dying, Zen. Dying again. You do love some of the expositions about the followers here? Makes you really want to bring almost everyone here? Yeah, yeah. You are dying again? Why? It is the Carcina Shireen. She spits out the word and shuts her eyes tight as if the word itself could hurt her. What is wrong with the homunculus giving you new organs instead of an implant? Because they're not organs, they're shit. The mines left me with busted rags for lungs, and when the Carcina started... Jai sobs. I nearly died, Shireen. By the time I saved up enough for an implant, I was coughing up blood every day. I almost didn't make it. And now the Xenos Ashmag, this son of a star jackal, and a blood-faced Drukari slut grew a Carcina out of my own flesh and shoved it back into my throat along with some shitty organs he'd grown in a bloody jar. Seems you have much to discuss, Jai. Jai guiltily lowers her head. We sure do, Zen. I guess the rip-roaring yarn about the princess from a desert planet won't cut it anymore. But I'm begging you. The woman raises her head and looks at you, eyes glistening with tears. Later, okay? We need to see the homunculus. I need my implant. Don't let me die the way the rest of the mine rats do. Not that way, Shireen. Any way but that. Address the monster. This woman is with me. The oaf clumsily scratches at the fresh scar at the top of his head and concedes. Fine. The master permitted companions. She is a companion now. Every breath brings agony. Every exhale carries the taste of blood. The next breath may never come. While Jai has less than 100% wounds, she has a 50% chance to suffer bleeding 7 at the start of her turn. As soon as she starts suffering from broken ribs, bleeding 7 is inflicted on her. If she is not suffering from any levels of bleeding, she suffers plus 100% more damage from bleeding and toxin while suffering from broken ribs. Yeah, that benefit is awful. May the Exalted One shower you with blessings, Shireen. I always knew you were a decent sort, not rotten inside. A bit out there, but not rotten. Jai bends over in yet another coughing fit and spits out a crimson-tinted clot. Ugh, Ozzy, take me. I should move my arse while I can still carry it around. Meet, the master ordered that you be let through. When you approach, a few augmetics spring to life inside the monster's bulk. An injector hisses, filling its blood with compounds that cause its veins to bulge and its muscles to swell and twitch spasmodically. I will leave for now. I think. Jai, how do your skills look? They look kinda sad right now, not gonna lie. Alright, what are we grabbing for you? What? Okay, let's see. What do we have here, actually? I only knew of, Firebrand. Let's see what other cool things we could have. I mean, Eager for Battle's always good, but she's not really using AP past a certain point. She's not DPS. I don't need Extermination on her. What does this do? When allies take actions on extra turns given by the character, they deal 15% more damage. That seems like a multiplier. Potentially, and even if not, it is still additive percentage damage. And then we'll go Personal Zone. Alright, let's take a look around. We can actually get these tech uses now,
I'll
potentially.
lay claim to the stars.
What do you have? Nothing? Type. You can have a beggar's weapon. I could just give her an Alpha's arc rifle, but that seems like a bad idea. I feel like I'm going to do more friendly fire than not.
Oh. My, you startled me. I, it's miles away.
Hey, Chadsumi, thank you for the raid. Always appreciate it. How are you doing? How was your stream? I hope it went well. How's it going? It's NZT. Hope all's well. Welcome to the stream. It was good. We were playing Roadcraft. Nice. I've never heard of it. I'll have to look into it. What am I throwing on here? The Xenomesh. Sure. We're throwing this on. Because this just looks awesome for everybody in the group. Jai, why do you not... Oh, you're a Grand Strategist, right. I was like, why do you not have the, whatever, but... That tracks. You can wear these. Alright. Thank you for the raid. And, have a nice day. What do we have here? The hand that feeds, still. Alright. My top 3 CRPGs. Oh, shit. That is such a hard question. Wrath of the Righteous is at the very top. It is number 1, for sure. 2 and 3 are... somewhere between Rogue Trader, Dragon Age Origins, and Neverwinter Nights 1, I think. It would probably be Neverwinter Nights 2 instead of 1, but that game has never ran on a computer that I've owned. Like, I get, like, 10 FPS. It's awful. So that alone makes it not, like, fall down the list.
One and it's done.
Kingmaker is a massive bug fest that is a very sad example of what happens when a company loses rights to their game. Because Owlcat lost rights to it and they could not patch it anymore, which left them, or left the game in a very, very buggy state. It's fun when it's not bugging the heck out. But that's happening maybe 30% of the time. As for Baldur's Gate 2, I have not played it. I have only played Baldur's Gate 1. I just recently picked up Baldur's Gate 2 on, or Enhanced Edition on, like, Steam sale for, like, $2. So that might be coming in the near future. Yeah. So, one of the big issues with Neverwinter Nights 2 is they did some really weird shit with how the game processes its internal speed. And it's based off of the computer's internal clock. If the computer has been on for more than, like, an hour, the game starts running like shit. And then you have to, like, reset the entire computer to get it to start working again. Just because of how they have the internal... It's awful. I don't know why somebody would program something like that. That is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. She would be better melee than my rogue trader. At this point, yes. Heck, Irliot would be a better melee than my rogue trader.
I won't tolerate weakness.
At least Jai can open things now. And I can loot everything that I've wanted to loot.
My pleasure.
Ooh. At the start of every combat, the wearer's allies gain deflection equal to the wearer's psi rating. Whenever an ally suffers any damage and loses non-temporary wounds, this effect is removed from that ally. We have some boots. Whenever the wearer performs an area attack, they instantly provoke attacks of opportunity from all adjacent enemies. 4 temp HP for each attack of opportunity provoked. And some grenades. Alright. So we have some boots here. And when I get Heinrix, I'll have an amulet for him.
Follow my lead.
Your Lord Xenos is lacking, comparatively. I will make sure there's not more loot that could possibly boost Lord Xenos before checking that. Alright, I'm so happy I can actually get the loot now. Hand of Offense. The wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 3 times psi rating. Oh, this is insane. Is this Is this an augment? I don't think so. Spinneret Weber. That goes to cargo. Webers suck. Eldari Ranger Sight. Wears Deadeye Shot. Critically hits. Triggering. Triggers Expose Weakness against the affected enemy until the end of combat. Incubus Clave. Yeah, no, this is just a, trinket. That's nice.
A job for me. And done.
It's about time.
My pleasure.
I like that 40k had to make up their own polearm names because there just aren't enough crazy real ones. Yeah.
One and it's done.
Victory awaits.
That was sarcasm? I mean... It's also kind of accurate. There are plenty of crazy polearm names, IRL, but, like... Also, at the same time, why not make new, more menacing ones?
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, we'll head back this way. What is going on with this stranger?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Can it stop with this, please?
Something of interest.
65% Medicae. I don't know if that's getting any better.
And done.
Once again, I'm gonna try and loot everything
Halt.
else first.
I noticed something.
My current view on Act 3 is it could really do without the constant stopping and, you know, doubling over an agony cutscene.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
No, seriously, I like Act 3 a lot so far. It is very cool. I like it more than Illusionera. I'll probably like it even more once I've been through it like once or twice and actually know what the heck I'm doing.
Experience. Nothing matters
Yes, I have pre-ordered it, and oh god, what the hell is this?
Hesitation.
I was talking to chat and not paying attention, and oh dear god. Okay, it was nice knowing everyone. I will do it this way, so that we still get buffs.
You've got a problem? I've got a price. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. Don't get too
But
cocky.
yes, I've already pre-ordered it, and I've checked out character creation, and the character creation, the game looks to be way better balanced than this one, which will be nice.
I can do that with the right.
Let's give Early a turn.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey. This tedium is
Fortune favors the swift.
Alright. Okay, okay. This could be worse.
This is unacceptable. You'll regret this.
swift and silent.
Yeah, a little bit.
I understand.
It's not getting extra attacks, is it?
Their fragility has been exposed.
Shit!
I've missed the taste of death. If it serves your cause.
How much movement do you have? 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, fuck me. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Apparently, Irlia's the only one that can tech use here, because she was the only one left alive. Oh, okay. Well, that was a lot of adrenaline. I'm awake now. That's a thing. Address the monster. Can you understand me? Emits a series of wheezing sounds. Was it an answer, moans of agony, or just the normal rumbling of its mechanism? There's no way to tell. The creatures in this place only understand the language of pain, Shireen. I'll smash its head in before something happens that we can't undo. I will end the unusual exchange, yeah. Tech use. Every limb of the creature, the hard ones on skeletal paws, and the flexible ones on metallic cords, is equipped with a variety of implements, similar to surgical tools. The jagged circular saws, twisted drills, and vibrating monoscalpels promise unbearable pain. You can clearly see the inside of the mechanism through the holes in its armor. Its guts can open to drag a hang-strung victim inside. Once the victim finds themselves in the monster's stomach, they will be pierced by injectors that will liquefy them. The substance will then drain to the reservoirs at the tail end of the creature? Maybe. Yeah, definitely should be R-equipped. Finish the creature off.
Speak, Elantark.
Life Sunderer. And Chtonos Pain Converter. Alright, I need to... Weapon skill and ballistic skill. Oh, I don't even care about that on her. I do care about the neurogenic shock a little bit. No, I don't care about that either. I care about the concussion, however.
Doubt is for the weak. Ah, thank you. Now, where were we?
Yes, it was. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't been fixed in the game so far. How do I only have a 50% demolition?
A new challenge for me?
I feel like there has to be something good back there, right?
An expected result.
That's another 50% demolition, but there's an 80% on the other side of it.
Victory awaits.
So we'll go that way. I want to retrieve the safe as well, but that's a 54 athletics.
I rise to the occasion.
Alright, fencing boots. 12% parry when using swords. What is this, based off of Agi bonus? Sure thing. If the attacker is staggered, the wearer's parry is increased by 30%. Whenever the wearer parries with a sword, they immediately counterattack, causing the attacking enemy to become staggered. I think I found my new boots, guys. If the wearer is an assassin and successfully dodges or parries an enemy's attack, it automatically creates an additional opening on that enemy on the side closest to the wearer. Okay, that's... Whenever the wearer blocks, dodges, or parries an attack, momentum is increased by 10. This can go on Abelard. And then Cyber Eagle... I don't have a Cyber Eagle. I will wear these. Abelard, you can wear these. And Abelard, you can also wear this. If that's the kind of loot I can find
None shall
behind
stand
things,
in my way.
then I need to get more of that. Plus, to weapon skill and ballistic skill, int bonus. Okay. 10% dodge if the wearer's intelligence is more than 65. Alright. What do we have here? Press the advantage. I don't have a master tactician. I need to take them from behind? What? I have no idea what that's in reference to. I have not been paying attention to what I've been talking or saying at all. That is very common here. I say things and I don't pay attention to them. Every time when more than 2 targets are damaged by the wielder's area attack, the wielder gains 6 momentum. This is not bad. I will want this once I have, like, a shotgun or something I can use. This would be nice for Argenta if I had her. Honor insignia. Ooh, that one's nice. Cerebral Inverter Tactician. The user's weapon damage is calculated using intelligence instead of strength, and ballistic skill instead of weapon skill. And then the tactical advantage stacks are worthless to me, but the rest of it, the weapon or the ballistic skill instead of weapon skill, we're back in business as soon as I can figure out how to get augments equipped.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
My build will be back online. I will use this. Okay. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I really want to get that, but I need, like, some plus skills items or something. Make sure they don't snip off anything I need. In fairness, anything that I need is only relevant if I can make it out of here. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. Oh, arms and legs. Gotcha. That makes more sense. They gave me an arm back, oddly. I had... I had an augment on that replaced my entire arm with, like, a hook. Like a pudge hook from Dota. And, they somehow removed it and gave me a regular arm back. So I don't know. Anyway, it is time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Yes, quite literally. I feel like I'd be surprisingly adept at morgue work. Very few things actually, turn my stomach or make like gross me out. And on top of that, I can't smell. Like, I can smell, just it's very, very muted. Like if you had like a dial of like 1 to 100, my smell sensory is at like a 5. And I do imagine the stuff in a morgue is relatively not great smelling. Alright, the ads are finished. Generally, but, you know, depending on what happened to them, getting them there and then freezing them, you know, that process, you're gonna have to sniff it. Or, not necessarily sniff it, but, you know, smell it. Yeah, yeah. I am amazed that I made it through that fight, by the way. That was the closest I've come to, like, actually dying in a long while.
It's about time.
Why am I taking the long way around? There was a portal over, Actually, you know what? I haven't been in the pit yet since... Let's see if there's anything in there. In 1.5... This is currently 1.6, but in 1.5 they rebalanced a lot of the game. And it is now... There are now fights that are kind of scary at times. Most of the combat is still, like, excessively easy. Don't get me wrong. But there are fights where, you know... Oh, this is an area where I can stop and talk with people. Neat. Yeah, the combat's a little better now. Also, if you play on unfair and whatnot, the prologue chaos spawn is one of the hardest enemies in the game.
Lord Captain, I serve at your pleasure.
How are you feeling?
I fear, Lord Captain, that without the intervention of an experienced rejuvenate adept, I will not be able to overcome this frailty on my own. Blessed throne, it is hard to be a helpless old man. I always hoped I would die, long before the day my back and hands gave out. And look at me now.
Any thoughts on how we might get out of here?
I am sorry to say I do not. If we had our ship and crew at our disposal, we could be safely within its walls, conduct reconnaissance of this place, and in the end, meet our deaths in battle against the Xenos, as befits true servants of the God Emperor. However, we are deprived of our usual resources. Now we can only rely on our weapons and our wits.
Accidentally the whole warehouse. Trying to think of where you are referring to. All of the other ones I recognize, but the warehouse I'm just kind of confused. Oh, it's not frustrating and impossible. Not at all. Not by any means. I mean, I'm on Grimdark Unfair difficulty, and I've made it to Act 3 twice in a row, essentially. There was an I died to the Chaos Spawn in the prologue in between, but anything that dies in the prologue, I don't even really count as a run.
Van Kellogg's could probably tell you something about our prison, but his fate is as yet unknown.
You know anything about this place?
No, Lord Captain. And trust me, I hope to remain in this state of blissful ignorance until my dying day. Just knowing that this abyss exists at all is enough to poison my mind. It is possible the Xenos Iliad could tell you something about this place. After all, she is in some way related to its denizens. And she is responsible for the fact that we are here at all.
Abelard falls silent, but his eyes make it clear what he thinks of the Aldari's return to the ranks of your companions. I must take my leave. Abelard nods wordlessly and closes his eyes, both out of a desire to sleep and a desire not to see his surroundings, even for a short time. Change the cover mechanics compared to, like, the tabletop game, or... Yeah, okay. I haven't played the tabletop, so I wouldn't know.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
Although Irliot's sharp features remain the same, the deep shadows around her eyes and her listless gaze give her the appearance of a living corpse. The Eldari looks withered, haunted, and despondent. But when you approach, the relentlessness in her eyes is replaced with a faint glimmer of hope. How are you?
My body has already healed. The wounds of the soul will heal one day too. For suffering is a part of our life, not unlike love and fear and the desire to learn. The paths help the children of Asurion to endure any spiritual upheaval. And you, Elentark, did not allow me to stray from mine. For this, I am grateful.
So is it like a 100% chance to hit cover until it's destroyed, and then maybe the enemy? Is that what I'm getting? Because you say it doesn't affect your chances to hit, and then you say if you hit cover, which implies there is a chance to hit cover. I don't understand. Okay. That makes sense.
And yet, neither rest nor our reconciliation can soothe the savage turmoil in my soul.
Yeah, no
Krugerrach
worries.
is lost. We are trapped. And the truth remains.
It doesn't help
as
that I
hid
don't
from
know the
me as
mechanics
ever
of
it
the
was.
tabletop at all, so.
What happened to my kin? What happened to my world? And why did my dark cousin tell me less than he knew?
There's a roiling darkness in Irliot's emerald eyes that seems to search the very bottom of your soul. What happened to you after the trial?
I was meant to share your fate, Elentak, and vanish in the Dark City's rotting underbelly. But the Fleshmaster gave a different order. His twisted mind was beset by a question. Could a child of Asurion be saved from the gaze of she who thirsts with intense re-education? By replacing the influence of my spirit stone with the heady tang of pain that nourishes the followers of the dark ways? I donned the executioner's mantle. They allowed me to keep my spirit stone in exchange for the suffering of others. I survived, prayed for Asurion's mercy, and hoped to escape before the stone cracked under the torrent of pain and terror assaulting my soul. Before the experiment was complete.
You wanted to discuss something with me?
Not here. The words of my truth are intended only for your ears, Elentak.
Alright. Zen, I, Irliot's usual pride and arrogance, give way to awkwardness and confusion. This is my first time ever having to explain myself like this, but you, more than anyone, deserve to know the truth. I understand how unworthy I am in your eyes. This may sound like a ridiculous excuse, but I did not want to betray you, Zen. I only wished to learn the truth about Kruderach's demise and find my kin. And when I saw the shard of my world in your dwelling, that trophy mounted on the wall, I was beside myself with fear and rage. And when my dark cousin whispered in my ear that he knew the answers to my questions, I made a mistake. I trusted my kin, and fearing that you might refuse me if you knew where I had been getting my orders from, I simply asked you to direct your ship to that particular system. Did I trust Marazhai? No, of course not. I thought he spoke of my kin's location to crush my soul, that he wanted me to go there and only find death instead of them. But hope for the better, prevailed over my faith in you, Elentak. Irliot sighs awkwardly, avoiding your gaze. Filled with hope, the thought never even crossed my mind that this single thread, forever slipping from my grasp, would lead us to the very heart of the Dark City. I'm sorry, Zen, and I wanted you to know that. Gotcha. I don't know if I'd enjoy the TTRPG from everything I've heard about it so far. I'm not big on low level shenanigans. I understand why you did that, and I forgive you. Irliot's eyes widen in surprise. I give you my word, Zen. I will never betray your trust ever again. You have shown great compassion by accepting me and forgiving my deed. I do not know if I would have been able to do the same. It pains me to know the hardships you had to endure because of me, and you still suffer in this cursed arena, in this cursed city. I also, Irliot pauses, as if hesitant to continue. My soul is crushed, Elentak. The loss of Kruderach, the horrors of Commissar, and the Drukhari's attempts to re-educate me. I have fully paid the price. I have lost my path, and can no longer meditate. My body and my soul know no peace now, and that means that she who thirsts will soon turn her predatory gaze on me. Gotcha, gotcha. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. You are unable to meditate? Can that happen? I've heard stories about Eldari unable to reach their inner world because of anguish or madness, and every story had a tragic ending. How are you going to regain your powers now? I do not know. I cannot help with meditation, but I'm prepared to stay with you and share the silence. That way, you will be able to forget about the horrors of Chimera, if only for a little while. We had a, she freezes for a second, then gestures for you to take a seat nearby. We had a saying in Kruderak. In silence, you can hear a heartbeat, the music of the soul trying to burst out. Please share this wordless song with me, and may it bring peace to us both. I like this camera angle, I can't see us. Armies, ships, spies, assassins. Gotcha. That makes more sense. So I meditated with Irliet. The map shows her as right here. Let me tell you who's not right here. Or Irliet bugs. What do you know?
See, your lordship rogue traitor Shireen, bane of my soul and savior of my flesh. Cruel fate has driven us straight into the foulest corner of the galaxy. Home, sweet home to the Drukhari scum. I have it on good authority that no one leaves this place. Not alive, not dead, not even in pieces.
The grim seriousness in the thin, haggard body cannot belong to the Jai Haydari that you know. Before you stands a soldier, tough and no nonsense. I am waiting for an explanation.
So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock, and the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16, and then...
You colonize, overthrow government and religions, fight Okay, it does sound fun, just in a different way. A wholly different way. She meditated herself out of Act 3? Rip. There goes my DPS.
Then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Arch-Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time, until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum.
Gotcha. You know, it does sound pretty interesting. I might have to check it out. I don't know if I'd have anyone to play with, but, you know, could be fun to look into.
So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the beams of fortune brought her to the expanse. Shitty story, all things considered, Shireen.
Do you have a family?
The Fox on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade.
So, you used to be in the Imperial Guard?
Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more.
Think this area had many follower characters disappearing and reappearing after interaction of previous versions? Yeah. How did you get involved with the Cas Bellica?
What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good
If she doesn't show up again when I exit the area, I'll have to try and toy box her back.
To defend the tallest spires on a hive world, and I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives, and by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the Guard Command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Cas Bellica took notice.
That explains the lung implant, but what about the hand?
It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen.
I see.
Whoop the fu- Never mind.
Have you never once wanted to tell me the truth? I am more than just your patron after all.
Not once, if you can believe it. By the way, Shireen, I'm not really a princess. I'm filthy underhive scum, and I've been lying to you the whole time. I would have been flung out of your bed so fast, it would take my scream a few seconds to catch up.
I'm gonna go 3. If you're wondering whether things have changed for me now, the answer is no. You haven't changed, and my feelings haven't changed?
Really? And you are very, very strange. And I am very lucky. Praise be to the Exalted One.
Don't go daw. This is 100% soap opera levels of rogue tradery going on here. About your new persona, the best kind. Yup.
Don't give me that look, Shireen. The plotting nobles, the scheming footfall thugs, the mysteries of Xeno artifacts, the bowing and scraping before the self-indulgent ecclesiarchy. All that's gone. Everything beyond these walls melted away like a dream. I'm fighting for my life. My soul's being torn to shreds and my body's bleeding. Is it too much to ask to want to be myself, Shireen?
If this is closer to the real you, you can keep acting like this. Behave however you wish. I shall not impose my will upon you.
Oh, well, thanks, I suppose. But can I be the person I really want to be some other time, Shireen? But while we're stuck on Kamura, being a soldier just sits better with me. Can't imagine why.
It can still go further levels of soap opera? Hell yeah. Also, I don't know why, but reading that out of the corner of my eye, since it's on my second monitor, I initially read it can go still further levels of soup Opera, and I was very confused for about a good 2 seconds. Do you have any ideas on how we can get out of here?
That's a negative, Shireen. Hatching clever plans has been the last thing on my mind recently, you see. But on the bright side, well, that Ashmag, Homunculus, may the Ajid devour that black-souled bag of bones, was busy experimenting on me. I managed to nick a couple of trinkets from his laboratory. Here, they may come in useful, if not for escaping, then at least for surviving in this rotten hole.
After what I've heard, the thought of... Nope. Remain vigilant. I shall need your help yet.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Hey! Okay, we have her back. I'm gonna head back in there again and see if she reappears to talk to. Because if at all possible, I would like to talk to her. I have a feeling she is here. Hell yeah.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed.
What do you know about this place?
Commissar. This city grinds down the will of the strong and torments any who get tangled in its dark web. The fools are the first to die, and the shrewd perish regardless. I have never been here before. Few children of Osirion manage to escape the Dark City without surrendering a part of their soul. So what is it that you wish to know?
Who rules the Dark City?
An ancient and powerful Drukhari named Asdrubal Vecht, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart, who reigns over all of the Drukhari with an iron fist. My dark kin consider him to be a living god. Much like your Emperor on the Golden Throne, Vecht sits upon a throne of darkness and suffering that keeps Commorra's disparate clans from disintegrating.
Nice.
I would not want to meet him if I were you, Elentark.
What about cities other than, Commissar?
There are no other cities, Elentark. The Dark City has no bounds. It is a tangle of countless nightmare domains subject to a single ruler. An endless amalgamation of ever-changing and immutable dimensions. You cannot grasp its tenebrous grandeur, for even my life will not be long enough to visit all corners of the Dark City and the realms that border it. But it hardly matters where you go. For death lurks on every corner.
You know how to get out of here?
The Dark City is pierced by millions of spires, and a webway gate may be hidden in any of them. It is the only way out of this place, and an impassable obstacle to any who do not know how to operate it. I know, and will help you should you so desire.
I have other questions.
But do I have the answers that you seek?
Gather your strength, there are more trials yet to come.
So says a butterfly struggling in the Dark City's web. I will be close, Elentark, and I will support you in the coming trials, if you choose to let me.
Alright. Hopefully talking to Malice doesn't immediately send me into the art or the whatever again. The the arena. Malice's translucent eyelid membranes are closed. His voice is drowsy and languid. You alive, humanling? You really must be someone after all. If the arena spared you, well, you should celebrate. From this day on, you're a Shrieker. My protection, shelter, and equipment are now yours to claim. Oh, sick. Need some equipment? Oh, baby. I need some equipment. Oops. I need some oh, okay, that's all. Looking for a maestro of flesh. Who do you suppose that is? I have no idea, but a maestro needs an orchestra. And in the spires, there's only one kind of music. Screams of agony. I'd go looking for your maestro in the Anatomical Opera. I have some questions. Ask away, humanling, but try not to bore me with your chatter. Tell me about your kind. The Slith? My kind were a greedy people. We always wanted more, and that's why we were rapacious and indomitable. Nothing could sate our growing appetite. We could have conquered half the universe if we'd needed to. The bonds that held us together fell away, replaced by more beneficial and attractive alliances, and my kind scattered. Some called it the fall of our civilization, but they did not understand the realization we had come to, that no one needs other people. All you need is yourself. Why are you called Malice? The name is an accurate reflection of my nature, more or less. It was given to me by Geperil, Archon of the Cabal of the Sheared Tongue. He was a competent master, and he knew his servants well, which is why he didn't trust any of them and gave me the honor of guarding him. The Archon liked to watch me savage the assassin sent to kill him, and he named me Malice. I fended off 100 attempts on Geperil's life, and only once was I too slow. That was enough to lose my employer, and now I'm here. What are the Shriekers? A gang of criminals? Soup opera sounds really good right now. I'm so hungry. My stomach was relatively upset last night, so I did not eat much. Criminal in Kimura? The word sounds like a joke. The Shriekers are a gang of the doomed. They live in expectation of their inevitable death in the arena, and that death makes a lot more sense than all the other deaths on offer in the Dark City. We are gladiators. We go into the arena to rip helpless meat to shreds, then we become helpless meat ourselves. Then, when the end is predetermined, and in the spires it's always predetermined, you start to see death in more simple terms, you stop being afraid of it, and you learn to enjoy life. We are a gang of people who enjoy life. There's actually something dignified about this grim readiness to die. Oh yeah, we're really dignified. Death is a rare and exquisite event that only happens once in your life. Only an idiot would fear it and avoid thinking about it. I want to know more about the arena. The arena is the giver of life in Kimura. Without the psychic sustenance that created by pain and suffering, the masters of the Dark City would die off. It's just how they are made. The hungry come to the arena to gorge themselves, and the witch cults that rule the arenas ply their guests with bloody spectacles and heinous torture. The chasm is controlled by the Fatal Thirst, not the biggest witch cult, but an old and respected one. 3 succubi stand at its head: Tazara, Kakaros, and Sinisthoria, the most influential of all. But Tazara disappeared not long ago, and Sinisthoria been lying low ever since she forged an alliance between her cult and the Reaving Tempest. So, the deadly Kakaros is in charge of the arena, How is Kimura structured? Kimura is hidden on the underside of existence and stitched together from scraps of various dimensions and spaces. Long ago, the Eldari created this place as a port, but now it is their refuge from she who thirsts. Kimura has more bleeding spires than you can count, powered by the energy of stolen suns. An eternal war for power rages here. Ambitions and passions are the fuel in the fire of an endless conflict of open clashes and covert treachery. The tops of the spires are the domain of the Cabal Archons, and reigning over all is Asdrubal Vect, the supreme overlord of the Cabal of the Black Heart. You will see them, the ruling elite, when you die in the arena, and they will feed on your suffering and gain new youth through it. They seem eternal, they live so long, but they will die one day. Kimura itself will die. It has been dying for thousands of years already. Disintegrating at its foundation, nothing in this world is eternal. Where exactly are we in Kimura? This is the Chasm, the place where those destined for the arena of the witch cult of the Fatal Thirst eke out their existence. It's also where the homunculus cast-offs end up. Tervantius from the Coven of the Baleful Thorn. He has his own little nook where he conducts his experiments. The Chasm is an endless source of raw material for his work, and the best results are destined for the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, the patron of the witch cult, and of Tervantius in particular. Why do you think I wound up here? I couldn't care less why you're here. My guess is you were dumped. The Chasm is a cesspit. Everything gets thrown in here. Rubbish, bodies, prisoners. It all simmers together until the Drukhari masters fish out whatever they need from the pot. Fighters, entertainment, living flesh. No more questions. I must take my leave. Alright, let's take a look at the newest stuff. A cloak. Each time the wearer dodges a melee attack, they gain 11% critical hit chance until the end of their next turn. Stacks. I'll take that for now. Single shot ranged attack from any cover. This attack gains 28% armor pen. Ranger armor. 15% dodge against non-Eldari enemies. We have shield. Yes. We will go with that shield. We have a shotgun, which is better than the shotgun I have equipped. The distortion. That'll be nice for Heinrix. Alright. I guess we are off to the opera, the what is it? Not opera. What's the word I want? The hacking yeah, the opera, Anatomical Opera. Oh, hold up. What is this? From soap opera to anatomical opera. Now all we need is to combine the two and have some anatomical soap opera.
Follow my lead.
This looks like a fun job. We have Conrad Voigtveer and Theodora here. The High Factotum.
Victory awaits!
We have Edelthrad here. The Arch-Machinator. Machinator? Machinator? Tervantius. The creature in front of you is a patchwork of skins stuffed with darkness, corruption, and sharp objects. Staring at you with its scalpel eyes, it grumpily remarks, "Such a disobedient specimen. You're still not dead. An anomaly?" Its foul, corrupt thoughts reach out to you, groping at your face. "I need help, but I see you will soon become a very obedient specimen. Convulsive spasms, hysterical reactions. Come here." The creature pokes you in the chest, its triangular fingernail easily penetrating your skin. A strange sound throbs at the edge of your awareness, a sound similar to your own scream. A grotesque, spider-like figure looms over you. Its limbs wave frantically, chittering and clicking away, clicking as they rip something apart, then stitch it back together. And you realize its canvas is your flesh. The Xenos' gaze is indifferent, and his low voice echoes through the room. The sample has been extracted. The specimen is alive. Body and mind expected to function within normal parameters. Monkey, examine the Xenos. There's something fundamentally wrong with the Xenos' silhouette and its twitchy, abrupt movements, and it sets your mind reeling in disgust. Each of its mechanical tool appendages seems designed to be as sickening and horrifying as possible. What happened to me? The control worm in your nervous system detected my proximity. It signaled it was dying by injecting a lethal dose of hallucinogenic euphoriants into your bloodstream. A resourceful individual. That thing in my head is your pet? The Drukhari holds up the pale maggot, the same one you saw in Marazhai's hands. As you watch, the tool appendages perform a swift dissection. The maggot's flesh bursts under the scalpel like claw and blossoms into a disgusting, slimy flower. The Xenos' slow manner of speaking creates an unnerving dissonance with the frantic movements of his limbs. I grew this specimen specifically for you, Monkey. During your interrogation, it intoxicated your feeble senses to limit unnecessary resistance. What a curious experiment it was. I usually extract control worms from specimens posthumously. You possess some degree of bodily fortitude. Do you eviscerate everything you lay your hands on? Evisceration is one aspect of my most respected art. I say nothing. Are you Tervantius? You are absolutely correct, specimen. I am Tervantius, the Arch-Machinator, homunculus, and the conductor of this place that staggers the imagination and soul. My Anatomical Opera. I offer you my gratitude for saving my life. So what do I owe you now? I know how this place works. You will serve me? Such is life in the spires. The Erebenian urged me to pay attention to your allegedly extremely gifted self, specimen. Let us see if you make a good tool. Same as you, little moth. The Xenos points a mangled limb toward Irliet. Unless, of course, the darkness of Camorra burns you as fast as the others. What does this mean, homunculus? Who knows, Assyrian? Who knows? The Xenos makes a chuckling sound. What exactly did this Erebenian tell you about me? The Xenos lets out a strange sound that almost resembles a scoff. This information should not burden your undeveloped mind. The Erebenian told me enough to give you the chance to enter my Anatomical Opera. That is all you need to know. You, a Drukhari, would do business with a human? How remarkably open-minded. Do business? The homunculus looks puzzled. I will do no business with you. I will use you. You survived a battle in the arena, which means you have uncommon parameters for your kind. You are a lesser organism, true, but the towering heights of my wisdom make it difficult to distinguish between your inferiority and the inferiority of most of my kind. What do you want from me? You will return to the arena of the Fatal Thirst. You will kill a few of the witches' fosterlings for me. You may even spill the blood of one of the blood-stained proselytes. The homunculus looks past you as he delivers his imperious speech. They are long overdue. A small lesson in humility. They have forgotten their place. They lack respect. They do not appreciate my work. They fail to recognize my authority. Still staring into the distance, he continues to list his grievances with mechanical thoroughness. The homunculus makes a snapping sound. Here come Abus and his fosterlings. The leader of the blood-stained proselytes has paid a visit to the Anatomical Opera. Take this opportunity to study them properly. They won't dare touch you here. What will I get out of this? Or will you coerce me as you do everyone else? Coercion will be more than enough. If you disobey, I will turn you into material for my creations and ensure that you feel and are aware of every manipulation performed on your flesh. But if you do what I tell you to do, I will let you live for a while longer. Cooperation will increase your odds of survival. As long as you continue to be of use to me, I will maintain your organic parts and perhaps even let you play with some of my less significant samples. I shall serve you if you help me make my escape. The response is acceptable. If you behave like a good specimen monkey, you may eventually receive my help in escaping Camorra. Jai coughs violently. Help from you? You think anyone will believe that after your foul experiments? Jai touches the scar on her neck and coughs again. The Fleshmaster is mad enough to help us escape in favor of his own unholy designs, but the price, Elentok, will be unfair and terrible. Obedience will be rewarded. Take your crude gear with you. I abhor such technological banality, but a creature as undeveloped as you may find it of use. You hear one of the joints in Tervantia's arm click. Once you're finished with this, go and look at the ones who will be your executioners when the time comes for you to die. Is this? This is happiness. That's what this is. This is happiness. I am going to grab everything for fear that there was something useful in there. Now I can go slap that snake man down for talking mad shit after I find the rest of my party. How's it going, Zalaro? The sheer primitiveness of your technologies, Go Specimen, deliver Tervantius's message of blood to the arenas. I require your aid. My success benefits you. It is reasonable for you to help me. Is there anything I can offer to repay a being of such brilliance for the attention he may graciously grant me? If it is a sacrifice you want, Artisan of Flesh, then I am ready to offer myself as one. Will you take my flesh? I will take more than flesh. I can extract something far more valuable from a single shred of your organics. This does interest me. I will not remove much of her. Her functionality will not suffer. Irliet, why? This will be a step upon the path of atoning for the errors of my past. If my sacrifice will bring you closer to salvation, I will commit myself into the hands of this tormentor. We will speak of this, we will speak no more of this. Irliet frowns, and you catch a strange look in her eyes, a mixture of sadness, relief, and shame. I must take my leave. Hold a moment. Off on your merry way, are you? Well, good for you, but what about me and my Aji-damned problem? Jai points to the scar on her throat. I give you my word, we will fix everything once we return home. Perhaps you're right, Shireen. This butcher doesn't seem the type to wash his hands between procedures. I still can't... Wait.
None shall stand in my way.
What? Hello? Alright, first things first here. Oh, sick. It already automatically re-equipped some of my shit. But removed the new stuff. Okay. This is going to be annoying to figure out then. First things first, we equip the power armor. Yes, it did. Which is both a blessing and a curse. Because I had some really nice stuff that I wanted on, and... oh god, this is gonna take forever. Commissar's cap. We'll go with that. we will go with... Yes, having equipment sets would have been a very nice quality of life. So, okay, for... How's it going, Yestout? Hope all's going well. For anyone who knows, is it possible to get augments implanted without some sort of permanent debuff being applied to me? Because that's what the conversation sounded like. You don't have to tell me how to do it, just whether it is possible. Also, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. Usually, I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. But this time, I'm going to spend that time parsing through my gear and trying to figure out what I want on who. Okay, it is possible to augment in Act 3, and it won't apply any permanent penalties to me? Alright, but I will catch you all after the ads.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
Okay, cool. Is there something else I would prefer? 15 bonus to awareness? 8% extra armor is kinda nice, however. We're just gonna look through all of this. See what there is. Okay. I will wear this when I feel it's needed. Or do I just wear it at all times? I have a lot of awareness. I'll just assume it's not needed. What do I have here? Eh. I could get 5 toughness. That could be relevant. Where is Deadeye Shot? Critically hits? Yeah. Okay. I will take the 5 toughness, I suppose. It gets me 7 HP. Okay. 9 additional damage. Press the advantage. 10 bonus to awareness. -1 medkits. I don't think I'm going to find better for that here, but I will look. Whenever the wearer makes an melee attack, they regain +1 wound. I have so much garbage. St. Cognatius's scriptures are nice, though. And then what do I have here? Yep, those are going to be fine. Arch-Militant's boots. I'm happy with the boots that I have on. You can have this. What is my cloak? 10% parry reduction and 5% armor pen for melee attacks. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Cool. And we want this. This is good. Ow. Yeah, this is good. Eldari long rifle. What was the one that I had equipped? Blessing of Death. That goes in the offhand. We can open it, or open with it, for things at full health, and then swap over to this. I have Hecaton. Is this better? This is also really good. The dodge reduction here feels really nice, but it might not be needed. This does slightly... yeah, about the same amount of damage. I'm gonna try it out. Okay, over here, we have the good armor now. Invigorating Resolve. The Malpian Shroud. We have our heavy emergency cutter. Ah, yes. Things are coming together. Let's go pistols here. These are faux hammers. That's fine. What about regular pistols? Beggar's weapon is pretty nice. Alright, alright. Jai has a bunch of skills again. I see Ulfar, I see Nuncius, I see Eogunn. I will be back. I have more loot to go get outside.
It's about time.
Now that I have skills. Laura Xenos, 83. You have a higher base lore, Xenos, I do believe. So I can give this to you. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. $75%. You're still only at 135. Yeah, she's just gonna have higher. Well, shit. That's fine, I suppose.
My pleasure.
The ease with which the flyer took to the air suggests that their body must be extremely light. Even small projectiles must pose a grave danger to them midair.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay.
And done.
An empty vial lying on the ground. It contained repotropine, a stimulant that heightens one's perception of moving objects, but hinders their ability to see stationary objects.
Follow my lead.
We can Medicae down here.
A job for me.
Reaver's tendons. That is a ballistic skill test. That would just put her on par with me. Okay, I can wear this. That'll give me 3 more. And then I can do this.
I won't
I'll give it a
tolerate
try.
Weakness. Excellence matters.
Very nice. Whenever the wearer is hot on the trail, extra turn is triggered. The wearer gains 1 AP and 6 MP for this extra turn. Whenever the wearer uses run and gun, they gain 2 damage on their ranged attacks and do not suffer winded. Nothing particularly useful there, but it was named loot.
None shall stand in my way.
Which was relevant. That goes to the Anatomical Opera. We want to go to the Mangled sector. Possibly get absolutely mangled again by something. By not paying attention to where I'm going or what's up ahead.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a
New challenge for me.
Alright, we come over here. I can do demolition stuff now. I just need these from Jai. And now I'm at a 70%. And then there's agility. That's 5 agility. This is 10 agility. There we go. 80% times 2. And then power are nope. Here it is. We put our power armor back on. Okay. Lore Xenos.
1 and it's done.
Carapace of Sorrows. Once per round, any incoming damage from the weapon attacks grants the wearer 10% armor for the next round. 10% armor if the wearer's strength is more than 65. This is a very interesting chest piece. If the wearer kills an enemy or scores a critical hit, they gain +5 lethality until the end of combat. The wearer gains 15 lore Xenos and 15 lore warp. Oh, that is sick. You are quickly getting favorited.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Alright, we can come over here. I will remove the power armor. Add to favorites. Throw it on Abelard so that he has extra strength. And then we add to favorites. Do this. Yeah, it's pretty good. 99% with a
Nothing's impossible
double
for this,
try.
old officer.
Okay, then we just got to do a bunch of juggling of gear.
My pleasure.
Lawbringer. Grants an additional ability that ends the attacker's turn and deals an additional plus 30 machine damage. If the wearer did not spend MP during their turn, they double their cover efficiency and partial cover until the end of the wearer's next turn. Whenever the wearer of this badge gains a stack of versatility, they gain 3 momentum. Okay, I found my new trinket. Because I stack versatility like no other. I will take that over 5 toughness any day. Momentum is juicy. Do I want the needle pistol here, or is there a better pistol for me to have in my offhand? That's something I hadn't considered. Bloodburner. Alright. There we go. That will do. I feel like I'm doing a lot of back and forth, but I also feel like I'm gaining a lot out of this. So, you know.
Follow my lead.
Let's see if we can't get Nuncius. Zalaro. You know what? I actually will ask. How does one augment themselves in Act 3? Give as Like, if I'm not there yet, just tell me I'm not there yet. But if I am there, just let me know how. If that makes sense. Let's talk with Nuncius. This body, unlike the other three, is devoid of modifications. And offer a found body part. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you. I was wondering what I did with those. This body, unlike the other three, is devoid of modifications, at least those noticeable to the naked eye. The neck ends in an off-putting tangle of tubes, and mounted on top is the now familiar servo skull. The homunculus's creation shows no signs of activity, but the human chest is rising and falling steadily, a semblance of life still lingering in the cadaver. I will leave for the moment.
It's about time.
And I'm willing to pay for it. After rummaging through what you have, Tervantius pulls out a fragment of flesh that has caught his eye. He spits off a piece of it, places it in his mouth, thinks for a while, and finally concludes, "Curious, you've earned my attention, specimen. Speak quickly." I need to get my augment serviced. Can you do that? The sounds you make during dissection please me, monkey. Try to survive the procedure, otherwise I will have wasted my time. Okay. I need to do all of this as quickly as possible while I still can. I want inverter. The question is, which one of these two inverters do I want? It doesn't make a difference. Install, before I forget. We go optical. I'm not going to bother attempting the burst at the moment. I will install that. And then I will use this. Install this. We want our somatic. There we go. Abelard, what do you have? You have the Seneschal's monocular. I think I switched that out for something else. Oh no, I was going to switch it out for the burst one to see if it worked on him. Because he doesn't care about intelligence, and the Seneschal's monocular is kind of whatever. Okay, and then Jai. This'll be fine. I'm willing to pay for it. My companion's respiratory augment, and now she's dying. Return it immediately. What striking proof of the innate shallowness of your kind? After ridding her of that crude device you refer to as an augment, I restored an intriguing feature of her genetic code. So be it. I will not squander my best material on her. I will return her mechanism without delay. First, let us remove the redundant parts. Which one do you choose? Jai's mouth twists, and she looks ready to unleash a torrent of profanity in the homunculus's face, but she stops herself and swallows her ire. With her head bowed, the smuggler lies down again under the Xenos' knife. You love how this is the best doctor in the game, or in game. He gave you new, perfectly functional limbs. Yes, yes he did. Which I have since replaced again. Also, god damn does it feel good to use my ballistic score for everything again. Alright, let's go talk with Nuncius now. Dacuse examined the servo skull. Servo skull's machine spirit is weakened, but still responds to the diagnostic litany and reveals the contents of the skull. Contains only a control microcogitator, an Imperium standard set of manipulators, and an auto-quill for log keeping. A translucent, opalescent liquid oozes from the hoses connecting the skull to the body. All organic components are completely absent. The homunculus must have removed them in the course of his monstrous experiments. Open access to the latest log entry. Not authorized. Access denied. The trachea expels a few gelatinous clots of blood, after which the words become clear. Authorization unit of Unit Eogunn Febris required. Examine the body. The body to which Nuncius is connected is a crude parody of a human being, sewn together from various body parts. The hands, with their long, graceful fingers, appear to be a woman's. The angular feet suggest they came from a man of low birth, and the powerful torso, with its well-developed muscles, might have belonged to a soldier or an aristocrat. Beneath the translucent pale skin lies a network of dark tubes running through the muscles and ligaments. When you peer into the gaping trachea, you see the quivering folds of the vocal cords with wires attached to them. It seems they have been trying to make Nuncius speak. Nuncius? The cadaver jerks convulsively on its wretched bed and goes still. The servo skull seems to react to your presence, but its machine spirit is utterly adrift. A thought occurs to you. Perhaps praising the Omnissiah and a litany of maintenance will help the sacred machine regain its functions. Let's go talk with Eogunn, or what's left of him. It's just his head. What Tervantius has left of Eogunn is a pitiful scrap of still living creature. Most of the tech priest's augments have been roughly torn from his skull, and the ragged edges of his shredded scalp reveal glistening white bone. Everything below the chin is gone. Nothing remains but a segment of augmented spine, resembling a bloody spike with wires and tubes snaking from it. The manipulus's grayish lips can barely move. Deprived of lungs, his once resonant voice is reduced to a low whisper. The mechadendrite interfaces with the central nervous system, spleen, tucked in the left hypochondrium, behind the stomach, Organic. Right lung, left lung. Connect with the trachea via bronchi. Augmented. Heart. 4-chambered. Augmented. Medicae mechadendrite. Interfaces with the central nervous. Eogunn, what happened to you? The Manipulus struggles to focus his clouded gaze on you. How peculiar life is, rogue trader. I've gone from experimenter to test subject. My esteemed colleague has given me this imperfect form in order to transplant me into his prepared specimens. He seeks to prove that his skills in genetics and augmentation surpass mine. So far, he has proven only his pettiness and inadequacy. You would really call Tervantius an esteemed colleague? It galls him beyond measure. Eogunn, good on you. Zalaro, here's the question. Does Eogunn surpass Nuncius in notches of cool, though? Why are you reciting the organs? So as not to forget what I am. I will have to piece myself back together when, if I get out of here. After this act, it was tied, to be honest. Oh, hell yeah. What bodies of Tervantius, sorry, what bodies was Tervantius connecting you to? A modified Slith, one of his Drukari kin, and a Chimera created from a human, the exact construction of which remains a mystery to me for now. When you arrived, I was contemplating methods of recreating multi-component servitors of this kind. Tervantius has deprived me of all my usual tools, except the ability to think. And to log my thoughts. Eogunn's pallid face curls into a smile at you. I hope the next specimens will be more inventive. I've managed to awaken in the experimenter of a certain semblance of professional jealousy. Oh, I love this DLC just for this character. The augments are great too, but screw the story stuff that's got, you know, the actual questline stuff that it adds. Eogunn is just perfect. So you're deliberately provoking the homunculus? Why? Knowledge is of supreme value for a researcher. This state allows me to gather fresh data on Xenos biology, and to analyze it from a very personal perspective. One must not ignore such a source of information. That is why I took it upon myself to pander to the vanity of my esteemed colleague. The experiment must continue. His entire experiment is designed to make you suffer as much as possible. His parched vocal cords produce a rattling rasp. It is constant suffering, rogue trader. You are right. But this is my only chance to survive. Which is better? An end to suffering, or suffering without end? In this dilemma, I choose the latter. The moment the homunculus loses scientific interest in me, he will destroy the failed test subject. But while I'm still alive, I can learn, even in my current state. Eogunn is great, but wait until you actually get the quest stuff before you say that, because it's real good too. Shit. Is this DLC going to surpass Void Shadows for me? What happened to Nuncius? He suffered the same fate I did. He was connected to an experimental specimen to force him to speak. He endured this torment stoically without uttering a word. The Manipulus closes his eyes with parchment-thin lids. Tervantius made me watch the entire process. I must take my leave. I will be able to find more of the flesh specimen parts, right? Holy, that's only 5%? Heck yeah. I am hype. At least 2 or 3 more? Awesome. I would like to speak with you about a member of my retinue who was delivered to you. What must I do for you to reassemble Eogunn? Until that specimen acknowledges my superiority by offering an apology and admitting his own insignificance, he will remain here. He dares to call me an esteemed colleague, as if imagining we are equals. Such naivety is truly revolting. I'm looking for Heinrix, my companion. The monkey male with a consistent connection to the Veil. Beautiful endurance for pain. His stubbornness produces high-grade essences of torment, positively frothing with agony. Wait until he's expended, and you may have whatever is left. Relinquish them. Why would I, specimen? With a full escort, I would have better chances of succeeding and contributing to your plans. And find yourself other fighters. Unless you want to lose a valuable specimen, you will release my companion immediately. This feels dangerous. I'm going to do it anyway. What confident specimen? Do it. Kill yourself. I can always reanimate your body, but will I? I recognize your power over me and beg for your leniency. You are so naive, monkey. Have you been convinced by your impotent mind that I could be appeased by such trite demonstration of obedience? You should be on your knees whenever you're in my presence. Now get out of my sight. Alright, I require a moment of your precious time, and I'm willing to pay for it. I met a monster in the Mangled sector, a creature that can steal years of its victims' lives and mutilate their bodies. Are you able to heal that? I recognize the mark of the Chtonos, exquisite feeding. What an honor it is for you to be the vessel of with which my marvelous creation satisfies its thirst to give your modest life force, so it may be transformed by an energy converter. Fear not, specimen. It is within my power to reverse the effects of its touch. The Chtonos was an interesting experiment, one that could convert the life forces of its victim into fuel, but it was flawed. Disobedient specimen that escaped. I do not recommend escaping specimen. Pain from the transformation only stops after I inject the blocker. And I only do it at the end of the procedure. Do you wish to spend the rest of your existence with the sensation of your skin melting and your bones snapping? Heck yeah! We got our strength back. Abelard is fixed.
Victory awaits!
Let's talk with Eogunn. Maybe we can convince him to, I have good news. The homunculus is willing to grant you freedom. First, however, he demands an apology and acknowledgement of his genius. Out of the question. I will not utter a thesis that so blatantly contradicts reality. I'm prepared to give you a rational argument as to why you should agree to this. I'm ready to consider your reasoning. Any deception of the enemies of humanity is a virtue. You don't have to mean the words. The weight of your death would be more than Nuncius can bear? Can you really go through with this, knowing that you'll leave him all alone? Eogunn screws up his face as if seized by intense pain. No. I cannot. That is a powerful, if utterly sordid, argument on your part, Zen. Commendable. Very well. I will go through with this deception, but solely for Nuncius' sake. Then let us not delay. Do me the favor of inviting my esteemed colleague over. I am, as is evident, in no position to do so myself. You have but a few moments of my precious time, monkey. Speak. I offer my sincere apologies, homunculus. Your mastery is far beyond my own. I should never have doubted that fact. The manipulus stares at the floor, avoiding the Xenos' gaze. For a moment, malicious triumph twists Tarvantius' already mutilated features into a grotesque mask. Oh, finally, I hear a shred of reason from your lips, you miserable creature. But you lack zeal. Repeat it once more, loudly and clearly, so that I may catch your babbling without having to strain my ears. Do as he asks, Eogunn. My conduct was beneath my station, homunculus, and my judgment altogether lacking. You've moved from simple reasoning to objective facts, yet you've still failed to state the conclusion. Do it then. Admit that you are mentally deficient non-entity, whose entire body of knowledge is nothing but a pile of dubious guesswork and foolish rituals. The manipulus looks up, his eyes filled with a focused scorn that verges on rage. In a heartbeat, he will put that scorn into words. Unless you step in now, any hope of freeing Eogunn will be completely destroyed. Do not test my patience, monkey. Unless forming a coherent sentence is from a collection of sounds is a task too daunting for a mind as rudimentary as yours. Intervene. Stop. We admit it. Your supremacy is absolute. I am uncertain what gave you the impression that you're entitled to raise your voice, but your insolence is amusing. His words, however, are not. This conversation is becoming tedious. If you value this heap of meat and scrap metal so highly, I will order it reassembled. Never speak of it to me again. You remember a loot explosion asking for his loot? Cool. I wanted to ensure that I got party members first. But yes, that is very,
Algorithms
very
evaluated.
nice.
The tech assistant comprehends my commands.
I'm so happy to have Nuncius back. Eogunn, or whatever. I'm okay with you. You're not bad. Eager subordinates. And then we want... self-learning algorithms. What do we want here? Dependable ally? I don't know what I want here. None of this is looking really all that great. I could use Magna Rail Lance. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. First attack in combat with any plasma, melter, or power weapon deals an additional... Yeah, sure. Plasma weapon stuff is always decent. Good, good.
None shall stand in my way.
We are in a good spot now. How many more things do I have here? 1, 2. I'll try the loot explosion. I shall need equipment if I am to kill your enemies. The servants are always dragging worthless trifles in here. I have no use for them. Find yourself a club or a sharp stick suited to your abilities. You could try something more advanced, assuming you're not afraid of accidentally killing yourself with it. Okay, we have lots of goodies here. Okay, what do we have here? Self-destruct algorithm. Huh, that's kind of neat. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, sweet. I got rid of my, my perplexed as well at some point. That is useful. Okay, what is this? Adeptus Astartes. So that's for the dude in the cage over there. Adeptus Astartes. Exoskeletal gloves. 10 strength, 5 toughness. 10 weapon skill, 5 strength. If this brought him to 90 toughness, I would do it, but as it stands, it's not worth for me. The wearer becomes immune to the slowed and immobilized effects. Steel Triad. The wielder gains bonuses based on the number of adjacent allies wielding the Steel Triad. Huh. Interesting. Lullaby of Shael. Alright. What do we have here? Besides insane damage. Whenever the wielder's attack with this weapon scores a critical hit, its base damage is increased by 3 until the end of combat. Oh, fuck. I think that's just better than the Eye of Hecaton, isn't it? Has less armor pen, but that's probably fine. It's what you used for the rest of the game? Yeah, I mean... It just seems kinda nutty. I didn't even really get to use this, at all. I mean, I'm still probably opening with this. Maybe? Because, I mean, Blessing of Death is still good. I don't know. Yeah, and I probably don't even open with this at this point. Okay, Glimmer Steel Blade. Black Haze Venom Blade. Astartes Chainsword. Alright, well, we didn't get a lot of useful stuff, but we did get a lot of stuff. Ulfar, you are named, and you look like a thick boy. I'm guessing you're the Space Marine that I can get in my party. Theoretically. Who am I missing still? Heinrix? Heinrix. I don't know where Heinrix is. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, like right here. I'm gonna click here first, though. Bars of the cage are sturdy enough to stop a tank, or the fury of a post-human.
Oh, to see them cut down.
Singing softly under his breath, the man of enormous proportions is intently stripping raw meat from a bone with his teeth. His unwashed red hair is falling into his face. His beard is matted and blood-stained, and the aforementioned teeth look more like fangs than any human equivalent. A less knowledgeable person might not recognize this giant humanoid, but you are well aware that this is a Space Marine, an angel of the Emperor. The scar tattoos on his back, which at first appeared abstract and primitive, together form the angular image of a wolf's mouth with bared fangs. This person must be the genetic offspring of Lemon Russ, the space wolf of Fenris. Fenris Yolda Vlok?
Fenris Yolda, mortal. You know the old words. Good words. Strong as a rock. Sharp as the blade of a force axe. Deadly as a kraken's tooth.
The red-haired giant's jaws stop their work. Emotions are hard to read on the crudely hewn face, but you think you have surprised him. The words are spoken in the guttural rasp of an inveterate killer. Wholly in keeping with the man's formidable appearance, but you did not expect him to slip into poetic epithets so readily. Also, is he speaking through like a Voxcaster or something? There's something weird with his voice.
What do you want?
Study the man. The huge body with straggly, overgrown red hair perfectly suits the deep, chilling voice of this man, or of this beast in the guise of a man. Tribal scar-like tattoos cover his chest, arms, and back, and you glimpse intricate braids in his mass of unwashed hair. His body bears so many pale scars that you cannot count them all, and muscles bulge beneath his skin like boulders. He looks like a statue carved from stone. Ah, okay. That is fair. That is fair. It is clear that captivity has sapped the prisoner of none of his physical power. Your assessment is confirmed when you spot the remains of a Drukhari in the pile of carrion at his feet, likely one of the homunculus' servants. The Drukhari's flesh appears to be making a fine snack for your new acquaintance. Who are you?
I am a wolf.
At first glance, the man does not strike you as possessing great intellect. He is clearly more accustomed to mauling and killing than thinking, but you detect a certain shrewdness in his eyes. After looking you over, he says shortly, "How did you come to be here?"
My pack answered the Inquisition's call and came to the Chtonos Expanse. There was a battle, and then... the young wolves yearning to be meat for their brotherlings. To a feast of bolters they went out roving. Though they were but few, one long fang with them went loping. Not to see them cut down by scythes unclean. The pups he sent scattering, and there stood alone the paths guarding. For a foe he long spied, one worthy among unworthy. The song of swords singing, they clashed with clamor and skill, until stood the old wolf upon the bones. Then, by the birds of battle, was he brought down. Was that clear enough? This saga sounds less interesting in prose.
Even the Harlequin had more compact poetry? Yeah, no kidding. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will continue when we return. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. I wish to know more about your brothers.
That butcher sent you to spy for him, did he? Or do they know nothing of the Emperor's angels, the space wolves of Fenris, or the great Layman Russ in your corner of the galaxy?
Why does the homunculus keep you in a cage?
For his own safety. When I am not busy killing inhuman spawn in the arena, the Xenos fear my will.
I want to help you.
Who are you to offer me help? You stink of Xenos. I see you are on friendly terms with them. You are not sitting in a cage, and you smell of someone else. Someone spiteful and cunning.
You must be planning to escape, yes?
Help me. And why do you want to know?
Point at the piece of meat in his hand. Don't they feed you?
A predator does not eat only when it is hungry. There are many reasons to eat.
Answered just as obliquely. There must have been a reason for this bloody repast. For a moment, the vicious grin loses some of its sincerity, and the bloodthirsty prisoner casts an intense, scrutinizing look at your face, as if trying to read your thoughts. I have no more questions. Listen closely to the song of the prisoner. We're gonna try and join in the singing. You do not know the language? The sound seems crude and mangled, but not entirely lacking the harsh dignity of a form of Gothic, while also sounding similar to the rumble of a landslide, sharp and choppy guttural phrases tumbling forth in a harsh rhythm. You close your eyes and enter the flow of the song, like slipping into a fast-flowing mountain river. Words rise up naturally in your mind. They are not the same ones sung by the prisoner, but you sense their aptness. Verses flow from your lips, full of surprising poetic metaphors and bloody details of a nameless hero fighting monsters under the light of unfamiliar stars.
You are one who has supped the mjord of the Skjalds, I see. In the long haul, some of my brothers would be eager to tell you of their exploits, so that you would sing a saga of their deeds.
A warrior such as you could be useful to me?
To get what you want, you will have to convince two very headstrong individuals. Me and my captor.
Lay claim to the stars.
I require, allow me to take the Space Marine you keep in a cage? No. If you wish, the homunculus snaps curtly, and he returns to his work. Noticing that you are still waiting for something, he hisses irritably, still not taking his eyes off the experiment. If you wish to continue wasting my time with your pathetic pleading and whining, specimen, then you know the price. Pay up or get out. Cannot pay now. I will take my leave.
I won't tolerate weakness.
How do I get, like, up here? Is there any way to get up there? There are goods, and there's, like... For now, I will be happy that I have Nuncius back. Ulfar was the reason you enabled the toy box settings to have companions not in party to comment on things because he isn't very good? I don't know. I've heard he's pretty damn good. He just has a very, very specific way of playing him that you have to do. Expect to be a similar build to me, but worse? Ah, I see.
It's about time.
I need to figure out where Heinrix is. How to get Heinrix.
Follow my lead.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's gonna be carried by his gear. But, he still plays decently enough. He is unfair viable, unlike, I think one of the hidden companions is essentially not very unfair viable. From what I've heard. I could be mistaken, though. Abelard, come here.
Lord Captain.
I must take my leave. Does he have nothing to say about me fixing his age? That seems a little weird. You think they are? Okay. Then I may have been misinformed.
Lord Captain.
You haven't seen your departed wife again?
I have not seen her, Lord Captain. But there are times. There are times when I think I hear her laughing in the distance. Or I sense hands touching me, as she used to do, to distract me from my sorrowful ruminations. But I know the difference
that makes
between
sense.
reality and fantasy. Now I fear I shall simply have to learn to live with this ghost that appears only to me. With this vision of the past.
By the way, I kind of want to throw this on Jai for combat purposes. The plus 50 momentum is kind of nice. Oh, okay. So it was Erlon that was unviable, and he did get massive buffs in 1.6, so that does make sense. That tracks. What else did I have here? I don't even know what I had. Tend to awareness, right. How much do I care about this? Really? Because I could just leave this on me. I don't use persuasion much. But I could use the 0 AP Inquisitor's Tenet. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I should throw it on Jai. But then she's going to be shy 10 skills on a lot of things. Screw it. Jai, come here. You get to wear that, and I will wear... add... Heart of the Nameless. Add to favorites. Plus 10 all skills is better than plus 10 awareness. So I will just use that. In Jai... Yeah, that's fine. What is your persuasion? 211? And this gives... Persuasion divided by 10% armor. Persuasion divided by 40 deflection. So 4 deflection and 20% armor. Not bad. Really kind of nice. And she goes first, so she can just apply it immediately. Seems kind of good. Let's talk with Eogunn. Or Eogunn, or whatever.
Butcher! Tech ravager! That damned Xenos fancies himself an expert in matters of secret engineering! Omnissiah, grant me clarity of thought and cool the righteous fury in my synapses! What could a Xenos possibly know about the mysteries of machine spirits? His impoverished mind cannot grasp the importance of maintenance rituals, nor can it perceive that machines are not soulless lumps of metal. Rogue trader, I demand that the blasphemous hands of this marvel of mediocrity, this utter ignoramus, be amputated at the first opportunity.
Are you well?
My physical integrity has been restored. I had to closely inspect my flesh and augments, purging the Xenos corruption from everything I could. But I fear that the only way I can expel the foulness is by performing purification rituals on the ship under the holy machinery of the Sector Bionica. I suspect that many more of my implants are tainted, but I, at least, am functional. My mind, however, is in turmoil. The flaw of irrationality veils my thoughts like a shroud, but I will cast it off. To succumb would be to concede the Xenos' victory. I will not allow it.
Eogunn was your signet bearer? Someone always has to be wearing it? It's too stupidly strong not to use? Yeah. I just have it on Jai because she has the highest persuasion, so it'll give the best bonus. Eogunn is definitely the one that has the most open slot for it, though, technically. We must speak about Nuncius.
I beg you not to pour salt in the wound, rogue trader. What that profane abomination did to Nuncius hurt me more deeply than all the blades he used to mistreat my body. I I have been keeping a diagnostic vigil over my dearest colleague. I must complete the purification protocols to eradicate any corruption that may have infiltrated him. Thus far, however, the prognosis is optimistic. The integrity of his cogita circuits is intact, and functionality corresponds to normal measures.
Nuncius would not grant me access to his cogitator logs. I require your authorization.
I am willing to suffer this gross violation of privacy if it will dispel your doubts about my colleague. Access to the logs has been granted.
The data slate's vid screen displays the following text. Authorization received. Last available log. Attachment to unit. Eogunn Febris. Styges 8. Attachment was affected after the assembly and construction of Unit 17401's machinery and workshop Zenta 8. Since then, the logging function has been suspended pending a litany of reactivation. Yeah, that makes sense.
What? This is inconceivable! That damned Xenos must have violated the integrity of the logs! Nuncius, what has he done to you?
The data slate reads, error. The requested identifier, Nuncius, is not recognized. Unit 17401 is processing the request. The structural integrity of the logs is intact. No tampering with the cranial cogitator detected. I don't know what to say here. I don't wanna ruin Eogunn and Nuncius. Eogunn, if Nuncius's cogitator has not been processing information all this time, how can he carry on a debate with you?
Rogue Trader, you know that I have an extremely high opinion of your intellectual abilities and your personal qualities. But you are nevertheless a lay person. You have not comprehended the mysteries of the machine god. You have not studied the esoteric mysteries of communication with machine spirits. You are not versed in the principles of sacred engineering and hermetic augmentation protocols. Nuncius is a one-of-a-kind construct. He cannot be understood simply by looking at... You are right, Nuncius. I am being too hard on the Rogue Trader. The strain of that place has taken a toll on me. I ought to strive to emulate your fortitude. I will make my apologies, and then you can help me mend you.
Eogunn stops talking abruptly, peering over his shoulder as if listening to someone. He's looking at the place where his dearest colleague usually hovers. After a few moments, the tech priest nods at the empty air. Eogunn, to whom are you speaking? You are holding the servo skull.
To my dearest colleague, Nuncius. Who else would I... But... how? No, it cannot be. Because I can hear him.
His lips quiver and his fingers clench and unclench. He looks pitiful, lost. Bringing one hand to his temple, he squeezes his eyes shut, straining desperately to remember something. Suddenly his eyes fly open and you hear a strangled moan. He looks at you, dumbfounded.
Rogue Trader, I do not understand. The Omnissiah has granted me a revelation, but I feel no gratitude. Only heaviness and pain. Would it be a heresy to beg him to take back this knowledge? Yes, perhaps it would. It is not Nuncius who needs repairing. No, not him at all. I need time to absorb this, to ensure that I am not mistaken, and this is not another Camorra illusion. We will return to this conversation later, but for now, Please, leave me.
Eogunn is a complex and strong being. He sounds so broken. I feel so horrible. I ruined the one sane person in this world. And yes, I know what I'm saying there.
Yes?
How are your lungs?
Good as new, Shireen. No, honest. I can breathe and I'm not coughing up blood in people's faces anymore. You did well by me again, Shireen. Thank you. I will do my best to repay you in kind.
Leave.
Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
You came back from the dark, Elentark? So...
Alright. I don't know where to go now. I guess the arena's the logical... I feel like I've done everything I possibly can prior to going back in the arena again.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, okay. What happens if I go to the arena before I do that? Am I able to explore the arena a little?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Thank you for letting me know, because as much, or as funny as it would be for like the first 10 minutes, it would lose its humor. Oh, waiting on Eogunn. That's what's going on. For both me and the viewers, probably pretty quick. There's no way for me to get Heinrix right now, is there? I'm guessing you probably don't know. I think you said you had a deer with you? Oh, I'd already clicked on them, I think. The ones across the way from, Ulfar?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Unless... He's very slow in all of the acts. There's just, more... area for him to travel in this one, so it's more pronounced. Behind the doctor. Ah, I see, I see. The tall Drukhari, whose body is riddled with painful-looking puncture wounds and dotted with metal rings and clamps, lets out a chuckle as you approach and begins speaking in his own language. Your elucidator hisses to life, translating the words. Look, Carrion. Is this the monkey that cost you your place at the Archon's side? Marazhai's eyes flare with turquoise fire at the sight of you, an immediate, uncontrollable urge to kill, the Drukhari seizes the blades hanging from his belt and freezes at the shout of the metal-studded Xenos. Careful with the meat for the arena, Marazhai. If Sinisthoria is short on toys for her fighters, you will be punished again. He seems to enjoy pitting you against, Chimare. Maybe this time she won't deem it necessary to give you back your skin after you slay them all. The motionless Marazhai turns his head toward his kin, and you notice a thin red stripe on his neck below his ear. Like a fresh stitch. Shaking with barely contained rage, the former Draken stares at you with dark eyes. Address Abis. So you and your rabble are the champions of the local arena? Abis frowns at the sound of the elucidator and turns away from you, dismissively, exchanging a few words with the witch standing next to him. The mocking laughter and haughty looks in your direction leave no doubt about the subject of their conversation. Snap the elucidator shut and address Marazhai. Your kin do not seem overly fond of you. Marazhai casts a contemptuous glance at the witches and without hesitation switches to Low Gothic. This witch cult scum is not my kin. Half-borns like Abis belong here in the filth of the chasm. He cuts himself off, his gloves squeaking in protest as he clenches his fist. I saw what happened at the trial. You were tricked. Cervantius's creation must have been a low-grade imitation if the mirage did not completely overwhelm you. Even if what you say is true, what is it to you? You're trapped, I'm trapped, we could help each other out. You help me? The Drukhari snorts disdainfully. Why would you, the quarry, help the hunter? If you expect me to believe that. I believe in mercy. No. Let's make a deal. You help me take out my enemies, and I shall help you take out yours. Marazhai lifts his chin and lets out a hiss, more pensive than angry. He said I, and then Abis makes an impatient gesture. I'm tired of listening to you and your old friend whispering in that primitive babble. Enough, we must go. Marazhai grudgingly obeys the order, but as he walks away, he cannot resist tossing another unreadable look in your direction.
It's about time.
No, you're right. He's slower than he was before. He was always slow. Now he's extra slow. I think the arena's over here. Yeah.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I think it's a mix of him being roughly put together and him just being completely emotionally shattered at the moment. So he's just kind of like dragging his feet. Figuratively. Thirsters of woe and exquisite strife awaits you. The bloodstained proselytes will face the sophisticated killers of the Cabal of the Poisonous Whisper, and the challengers who have already survived one fight in the arena will go up against fresh battle meat provided by the Cabal of the Wounded Skies. There is still a very real chance I can die,
You'll suffer exquisitely.
but we're in a much better place than we were just a little bit ago. Brutal Slith. Our formation is coming together again, slowly. Eogunn.
You've got a problem. I've got a prize.
That's fair.
Tell me, and it is done.
That probably tracks.
I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done. You've got a problem, I've got a prize. I can do that with the right
Eogunn.
incentive.
Astute observation. Executing command.
You know what? Yeah, no. I can't die now. I forgot. I have invigorating resolve. I just physically cannot die at this point. Not from combat.
Curious. Pegasus, engage.
Am I able to land this on anybody? Technically. I think I just do more damage doing this, though.
A valid argument. Anatomy is open book to me.
I mean, the moment I get Heinrix back, then it's really not an issue.
I am not
Perfect
your
spot.
pet monkey.
This is the correct gun, right? Yes.
This tedium is another soul slipped beyond the veil. I deal death with my hands.
What a pleasure.
If I must. Beyond the veil. I understand your deal death with my hands.
Just getting a little bit of damage in here. How's it going, Falcon? Hope all's well. Finally pulled yourself over to your desk. Did catch the beginning of the stream, though. Nice. Oh, they have snipers up there. I didn't even notice those. Eh, this is probably fine.
Just a minor setback.
That big 1 damage.
I'll live another day.
That big 8 damage. $172% armor. You know, no big deal. I have been blinded. Eh, whatever.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will.
Endure. Reckless rush. Come down here and attack.
Nothing I can, nowhere to hide.
It feels good being able to do damage again. Is it just this guy? And then the 2 snipers up top?
I shall not fear. I will even stand a chance.
I am unable to fire upon them.
Forge ahead!
Eogunn.
Lucius, move. Executing command.
We'll give Earliet that. And then give Earliet another turn here.
I am not your puppet.
And then
serves your
if we move
cause.
here, Abus runs his fingers along the edge of his blade, your former captives. You have a chance to rectify the mistake that made you forfeit your Archon's favor. Bloodstained proselyte. One of the witches lets out an acerbic laugh. I doubt Euremerus will change her mind, and Sinisthoria will surely not want to give up her new plaything. Marazhai glances at the witches, his eyes brimming with a sea of powerless rage. A moment later, he looks at you. His expression changes slightly, one eyebrow arching, as if he's trying to make some agonizing decision. Look Marazhai in the eye. My offer still stands. Would you consider switching sides? Uh-oh. Earliet. I'm just using him, guys. Please. The former Draken of the Reaving Tempest is the property of the cult, and only the succubi have the right. Your offer is accepted, monkey. What did you say, you arrogant wretch?
Your intention.
I like how I can't see what's going on. Camera. Camera?
Come taste my blade.
Where did... Oh, Marazhai walked over here. It was a great camera angle of a dead sniper. Shame I didn't get to see that. Abelard. Eogunn. Jai.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid. How about none?
Do we still have our buffs? No. We only have the overexerted. Well, that's annoying.
Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
A valid argument. Executing command. Assess and act, tech assistant. Useless. Underlying.
This is fine, however.
The machine's will approve. A valid argument. You unleashed my fury.
Don't get too close. I want a medal for that.
You are the art of pain.
Okay. Irliet. These are all threes? Sick.
I understand your intent. This tedium is beneath me. I am not your Xenos
Cold.
pet monkey. Ancestors guide me. I am not your deal death with my hands.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I can toggle off, but then I dislike the camera for other reasons. Pretty sure it's somewhere I can, something I can toggle off. Lock camera to moving character. Move camera to currently acting character. I wish there was an option for that, but only for the enemies. Like, when it's the enemy's turn, it shows it.
Suits my purposes.
I don't need it for my characters.
Nothing
Reckless
I can't
Rush. Eogunn. Give me
Your demise
this.
is an incontrovertible fact. You call this a strike?
This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause.
Oh, why was it on this? Okay. I can Reckless Strike.
Already done.
Come over here.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost. Your last stroke of luck.
I understand. your
Precise
intent,
attack.
if it serves your cause.
And then move here. And I will hook this one over.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Watch and learn. Not
I
a
will
problem for
reload.
me.
I will Wildfire. Actually, I'll just do
Nothing
this.
like losing me was your biggest mistake. All too easy. Sorcery.
The meat pile on the floor is shit-talking me? Yeah.
Already done.
Wildfire. Daring Breach.
Fear incarnate. My tactics are flawless. Nowhere to hide.
And just for insult to injury, devastating attack. A finale as bloody as it is disappointing. The pathetic amateurs who were wrongfully proclaimed champions of the arena have been brought down at the hands of unworthy challengers. Impale the failures, and glory to the victor. Get out, monkey, and tell Tarvantius that he will pay for this insult. Marazhai shakes the blood off his blades and turns to you. Battle fury still blazing in his eyes. A moment later, his lips twist into a smile. Well now, one can only marvel at the fickle turns of fate, rogue traitor. I have a question. Am I able to have both him in the party and Irlia in the party? Or will one of them leave? Because if I have to choose, I want Irlia, and I don't want to accidentally make the wrong choice. Yes, you can? Okay, cool. Sometimes we all have to contend with circumstances that make any ally count. Abelard is trying to convince himself, looking at the Xenos in indignation and dismay. Irlia raises her weapon, uncontained rage flashing in her eyes. I will do what the Elentok did not have the courage to do. Ah, cousin. You have inexplicably managed to earn the forgiveness of the one you betrayed and pushed into Kamara's embrace. And now you intend to go against his will by killing me? Your lauded Asuryani restraint is failing you, much as it has before. Irlia hesitates for a few moments and shrinks under the mocking gaze of the Drukhari. So, monkey. Marazhai looks at you with a strange expression as if struggling to comprehend what has just transpired. You really are intent on escaping from the chasm, aren't you? Bold ambitions for arena meet. I have no desire to die for the spectators' amusement. I take it neither do you. Never. I will break out of this arena, avoid the cult's executioners, and make Euremerus and Nazrakai pay for every moment of my humiliation. They will take us to the chasm now. Let us talk somewhere quiet. The Shrieker's Den will do. We have much to discuss. I will head there now. Do not make me wait.
We must act.
Screw it. I'll just take all of this. Oh, nice. Nero Agonizer. Priya, what you doing over here?
Victory awaits.
I can't loot these. It feels so good to feel powerful again. Just use Dimension Door. It lets me loot them when I leave the area, thankfully. I'm gonna explore everywhere again, see if anything's changed. Because things seem to change upon transition of having done an arena fight. Yeah, I'm even missing a good chunk of the buffs too from Heinrix. And they aren't even needed.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I still want them, but they're not needed. I'm just gonna ensure that... Oh god, I can't skip through this cutscene. I just want to make sure that I don't miss anything that I could. Since it's my first time through here, I want to try and get as much as I can. Must explore everywhere. Okay, doesn't appear to be anything extra over there.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yeah, the moment I got my augment back, everything kind of fell back in place.
It's about time.
I do not know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you Ave for now. If you'd prefer I attempt to pronounce your name or call you by something else, please let me know. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Probably the part of the game I liked the least here. There is a lot of back and forth, but I'm enjoying it because it's my first time here. I might not enjoy it so much, or as much, the next few times in here, but so far it's been enjoyable. I also really enjoyed the beginning of the act where I was struggling again, because honestly the game has gotten to a point where everything's easy now. Just kind of means eagle in French. Nice.
Follow my lead!
Act 2 is so long. Uh-oh. Alright. I will do this here after the ads, because reading through all of this is probably going to take longer than the 2 minutes before the ads play. The ads last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses content. And I will catch you all after my bathroom break. I am back. Yeah, things they need to do is there's a couple items that need to, a handful of items that really need to be brought into line, or just deleted. Invigorating Resolve. And then they also need to sealing the XP, like cap the XP you can get in Act 2 and 3. Make it so that you're getting like level 55 near the end. Give us level 55 at the same exact spot, like storyline wise, that they give us friggin' Mythic 10 in Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, I'd be okay with that, too. The rising currents carry the smells of pain, blood, ichor, and failed ambitions, the smells of the Dark City. With my wings flung open, I weave a path through the spires. Like a dark lightning bolt, chaotic and unpredictable in its patterns. To fly is to hunt, and everyone in flight hunts everyone else. Even I, Scourge, Getharit, Bloodfeather, do not have the privilege of inviolability around these parts. I may become someone else's prey. Except, probably not today. This day, I am the hunter. My homunculus modified olfactory receptors pick up the scent of my prey, and I tread cautiously as I approach it. The stench of monkey is foul, but varied, and the scent of my prey is quite telling. A powerful specimen, brash and reeking of the blood of others. Wouldn't help to level cap you, but leave all the content. You know, that's fair. That's also fair. I descend to the minaret that grows out of the nearest spire and provides me with an excellent view. Accelerated reflexes allow me to assess the situation. In a fraction of an instant, it is time. But I still decide to wait and get a better look at the prey. A male monkey, a pampered upper caste cub, who is fed and equipped with the best their race can offer. Certainly arrived in the Dark City recently. The city which has not yet managed to leave a mark of perpetual expectation of doom on its flattened snout. The most glorious game which clings to life, the strongest, and leaves the sweetest death essence. The reflexes urge the muscles to act. Yeah, no, I fully understand. The Shard Carbine spews forth a stream of crystalline projectiles that howl and shatter as they pierce the flesh of the prey. A deadly slashing blizzard drapes the street in bloody snow. The bodies of random passers-by, caught in the fire, falling to the ground. This is a common occurrence in the spires. Everyone around me flees from the field of death, whose borders I have made clear. The prey falls, but it is still alive. I did not expect the hunt to end with the first salvo. The prey is badly injured. I can easily finish it off in the open. Yeah, no, I was like, it can't be that much more. And then I would remember, God, I have so much more. And then I'm like, the next day, okay, I did that much yesterday. I have to be close. No. No, I'm not. The prey is trying to locate me among the tangle of spiked minarets. Its frantic gaze is looking for my winged figure. The hyper pupils allow me to examine the prey's face. I can see its eyes, scrutinize my gear. There is no need to hide anymore, so I stand up to my full height and emit a wailing battle cry. Let the prey know what will kill it. The prey summons companions to its aid. A mistake. I unleash a new fan of crystalline shards, and the flesh of the prey blossoms with new cuts from my projectiles. Anyone who tries to approach it will be killed by the brittle shrapnel. The prey should have run away, not giving me more chances to cripple it. The prey is weak. The prey breaks into a run. Clever. By escaping from the open streets, the prey has deprived me of the advantage of my long-range weapon. But I will not let it escape, so I spread my wings and soar over the alley, pelting the prey with bursts of indirect fire. The chase must not end too soon. The petitioner wanted my prey to die slowly. There's a strangeness to the movements of the prey as it dashes away one moment and freezes the next. My receptotropin altered pupils are adept at detecting movement, but they are worse at perceiving stationary objects, and my prey seems to be aware of this. Grabs someone else's weapon from the ground and returns fire at random. Word fluff. The air fills with gunfire. As soon as the prey fires the first shot, everyone starts shooting at everyone else. This chaotic firefight engulfs the entire street, spreads across the dark city like wildfire, mindless and violent. I'm forced into a steep dive, spinning around and dodging the tracks of multiple projectiles. The damn trick worked, and I let out a frustrated squeal. The hunt continues. The prey manages to elude me for a moment by ducking into a crowded street. The jet booster on my back emits a stream of ghostly blue flame, and I continue my pursuit. As I storm into the street, I see the prey again. This is a nice catch. The petitioner wanted me to deliver the prey to her, but I decide to do something different. When it is over, I will impale the body of the prey on a spike protruding from the highest spire, so that it may serve as a testament to my victory. My flight is swift. Everything unnecessary and atavistic has been cut from my body so that air currents carry it like a projectile from a splinter rifle. Alas, this is also my weakness. I'm so light. Even a small obstacle can throw me off course, but the prey has no idea how vulnerable I am in flight. The initial horror caused by my sudden attack has already worn off. The prey has suppressed its panic and is acting decisively and boldly. A commendable triumph of will over instinct. I will try to coercion. Turn some bystanders. It only takes the prey a couple of furious shouts to convince those huddled in the alley that a monster is coming for their heads. Lies. I'm only pursuing the prey. I am met with frantic gunfire, and after making a sharp ascent, I take a pair of plasma grenades from my belt and hurl them into the crowd. The few who survived the explosion fall to the ground in terror. The fear that the prey has planted in them is weaker than the fear that I evoke. How is this only a 35%? What the shit? As I turn the corner, I triumphantly realize that I have driven the prey into a dead end. It is time for the massacre. The poison I received from the petitioner as payment for the hunt is contained in the crystalline projectiles and should have worked by now. It will slow down the nervous system of my prey, weaken its muscles, and render it unconscious. When I spot the prey, I'm pleased to note the early signs of the effect of my combat toxin is having on it. Its movements are slowed, and it is blinking often. Spots are floating in front of its eyes by now. The prey looks defenseless, and I attack, failing to notice the trap it has laid out for me. I see a monofilament stretched between the walls. Primitive trap indeed. I fold my wings for a moment, and I tear it down with a blow from the muzzle of my shard carbine. The outcome will be decided in close combat. Wasting no time, my prey and I seize one another in a violent, furious embrace. Every decision made over the course of this fleeting hunt is being weighed, tipping the scale that will ultimately determine the winner. I am unpleasantly surprised when I realize the prey is aware of my combat style. It covers the vulnerable spots I like to cut open with my monomolecular claws, but this knowledge will not save it from death. My embedded glands spew hyper-adrenaline into my bloodstream, and my artificially grown muscles convulsively swell under the porous fabric of my ghost plate. I torment the prey with claws protruding from my forearms and knees, and the prey banks on brute force, trying to break my fragile bones and shatter my joints. Powerful blows crushed the hollow bones drilled by the crafty homunculus. Their lightness served me well during the flight, but it has betrayed me here on the ground. I lose my footing, my body going floppy like a rag. My strength is waning. I reach for the shard carbine and shoot the prey right in the face at point-blank range. The crystalline projectile whizzes within a hair's breadth of his face. A crushing blow turns my magnificent weapon to rubble with a mournful crunch. The prey grabs me by the throat, lifts me into the air, and snarls. Seems to want to know why I attempted to kill it. Would I tell it if I could about my petitioner, Hekaros of the Witch, about how insulted she was by the deaths of her fosterlings, the blood-stained proselytes in the arena at the hands of my prey? About how badly she wanted to spite the prey's master, the sour-tempered homunculus, Pervantius, who had arranged that insult? I do not know, for my throat is crushed, and only a faint wail escapes. I die? I'm dying at the feet of my prey? No, at the feet of a monkey? A humiliating end for one who earned the status of apex hunter of Commissar through torturous alterations of the flesh and a bloody pilgrimage to the very top of the spires. Does it hurt to perish like this? It does. Is it fair? It is. The chaotic burst of violence that bloodied the streets of Commissar ends just as abruptly as it erupted. Such is life in the spires. And I got an old injury from it. I'll attempt to get rid of the old injury.
Back into the fray.
What kind of goods do we get here? Scourge's adrenal glands.
Victory awaits!
Also, Falcon, I saw your message. I'm just ignoring it. No shot in hell. Malice, do you have anything new for me to say, or new to say to me? Hello, Marazhai. The spleen of the cards. Marazhai stares down at you from his formidable height, his head slightly tilted to one side. The lean, wiry Xenos is encased in black armor. Not even a sliver of a gap has been left between the tightly fitting plates, which bristle with mutely gleaming barbs and hooks. Set in a white face, striated with crimson tattoos, dark eyes devour you, burning with predatory, malevolent interest. I want to know what happened before you took me to Commissar.
You want to know how and to what end I orchestrated all of this. Ask your questions.
Why did you kidnap me?
When Irimaris ordered us to lay waste to the monkey settlements, Tazara and I encountered resistance. I have hunted your kin too long not to notice how well you in particular were fending off our attacks. The rout in Tazara's arena, the appearance at the plundered vessel. Your kind are usually powerless against us, but not on that occasion. I began to suspect that you could not have managed it without outside help. Help from our side.
I don't recall anybody helping me in Act 2.
I began sending out spies and assassins. My eyes and ears infiltrated your vessel, your cities, and they discovered a trail that led back to one of your worlds. A trail that ended with a burned monkey, the source of the information about where and when my cabal was going to strike. A little trickery to draw you away from the planet. And I had your little informant in my grasp. How the information was reaching his agents, the burned monkey himself did not even know. But based on the units involved and other details, it was clear. No monkey in real space could have gathered such specifics about raid complements and objectives. No, it was inconceivable. The information was being fed to you by my own kind, and I knew who. Irimaris Aziriesh, Archon of the Reaving Tempest, my former mistress. A cowardly bitch who punishes anyone who threatens her grip on power. I knew that to win a war against her, I would need the support of the Reaving Tempest's patron, the Cabal of the Black Heart. So I allied with Nazrake, who presided over the trial. I promised him that Irimaris would be humiliated. I promised him evidence. A lowly monkey that would disgrace Irimaris in the eyes of the Archons. For that performance, I needed you.
You have spies aboard my ship?
Of course. If I'm not mistaken, you met the infiltrator yourself. A Cabalite who left a lava from Tevantius in one of the monkey. Or did you never work out the reason for the treachery during the raid on your ship so long ago now? Then there is no need for me to mention the sleeper agents hidden on your worlds.
This is also the moment normal elf is redeemed, proving you would have been trapped with or without her pragmatism. Wins out again. Yup. What agreement did you make with Nazrake?
Overthrowing an Archon is far from easy, even one who has already tarnished her reputation. Every member of a Cabal has their supporters, and Irimaris is no exception. Nazrake promised me a sham trial in the Obsidian Court with a predetermined outcome. Irimaris should have been convicted and dethroned. I was supposed to take her place and turn the Reaving Tempest into a loyal vassal of the Black Heart. Nazrake was supposed to be the axe that fell on her neck. But it fell on mine instead. It was devious and worthy of praise, but why? A secret pact with Irimaris, or is there another reason? I will tear the answer from his throat along with his final breath. It must be said that Nazrake did not have to try very hard to turn the court against me. Not after the stunt you pulled before the assembled Archons.
The tribunal, what was that about? I was being tried by the Inquisitor, and Heinrix and Theodora were there. Why?
Who? I have no idea what you saw in your stupor. The homunculus' creature does not elicit specific images. It muddles your mind, forcing it to paint suitable pictures evoking confusion or fear. Neither Tevantius nor I care about fussy monkey rituals. The lava must have created a suitable environment for you. One in which you would be more willing to answer my questions in the Obsidian Court.
What were you and Tazara doing in my protectorate?
What do any of my kind do in real space? We were reaping. Kamara was clamoring for meat. The Dark City had suffered losses in the latest disjunction. We needed sources of sweet pain to prime its minds and bodies. When the Archon bade my cabal collect the harvest from the region, I did not suspect that it would turn into this game between you and me.
You and Irliot, conspiring together? How did that come about?
Conspiring? No. There was no plot between us. She merely rushed to my bait. At first, I planned to use the one you trusted, the burned monkey with whom we had spent long hours awaiting your arrival. But my cousin was so swift. Afterward, she tracked down the monkey, killed him, and took the device that he had been using to contact me. I planted the first poisoned seeds in her soul back at our first meeting. I dropped a hint that I knew what had become of her world. I lured her in and left her with you. Time took care of the rest. That and an unpleasant discovery aboard your own ship.
Yup, pretty much. By the way, do I know who the burned monkey is that he keeps referring to? It's not coming to mind who he could be referring to. Is it, Heinrix's subordinate? That's the only person I think I know of who was burned. Yep, okay. Cool.
I did not ask her to hand you over to me. No, doing that would have made my poor cousin doubt herself even more than she was already. I simply told her where to seek out the traces of her craft world and the answers to her questions. A favor for a kinswoman, nothing more. And then I made ready for your arrival. For the only way she would reach that place was with you.
Cannot believe that Achilles betrayed humanity?
When a monkey is left alone with me and my art of pain, I plunge them into a deep well of suffering from which they will do anything to escape. Your kind have fragile souls. Your convictions and principles are a delusion that lends a mirage of meaning to your lives. Achilles and I had plenty of time alone together before your arrival. When he went out to meet you, he was already mine. I bought his loyalty with a promise to never touch his body or his mind ever again.
Still, what do you know about Irliot's craft world?
I know it exists. I know that my Cabal found it, helpless and stationary, unable to protect its sons and daughters. I know that Iliad's kin began showing up as prisoners in the Reaving Tempest's spire, where they were fonts of exquisite, delightful pain. I spent too much time beyond the limits of our home to learn more than that. But that was enough to tempt Iliad with false hope.
So you had no intention of helping Iliad?
Why do you say that? I promised to reunite her with her kin. A long-awaited reunion in a torture chamber. I find that very touching. They would have had so much to discuss. But there would have been time for fun as well. We cousins get together so rarely, after all.
Tell her the truth, now?
We've already had words. I have no reason to conceal the truth now. Iliad has outlived her usefulness to me. Watching her face as she learned the truth was priceless.
But were those creatures with you when you captured me?
Mandrakes. A foul breed that lurks in the bowels of Commissar. Their ability to find paths through the shadows was put to good use. I promised them forbidden trophies from the Reaving Tempest's coffers once I am Archon.
Made a promise to the Mandrakes that you cannot keep? Aren't you afraid of retribution?
Let them come for what they're owed. They will regret it.
The theft of Rykad's son, was that your doing?
Did you not hear me when I answered you the first time? I do not like to repeat myself.
I did not hear you, on that the first time. What? That is enough for now.
What else do you need?
What happened to you after the trial?
I was handed over to the witch cult to do with as they wished. First, they made me fight the dregs in the arena, and then, once they'd had their fill of my debasement, I was granted entry into the blood-stained proselytes.
What did you hope to gain by agreeing to become a proselyte?
The continuation of my existence. When I lost my standing, I became fair game for anyone tempted by the prospect of slaying a disgraced Cabalite, for vengeance or just for the pleasure of the kill. In Commissar, a lone Drukhari is a target. My talents may be prodigious, but I held no illusions about my chances.
You did not find much favor among the witches, it seems?
You cannot hope to understand the intricacies of Commissar and how it is structured. We are all each other's allies and worst enemies here. Towers of strength and duplicitous traitors both. The cults have always been half a step below the cabals in the hierarchy, and the witches relished the chance to abuse someone who once looked down on them.
That'll do.
If our conversation is finished...
When given the chance to join me, you took it readily. That surprised me.
I had no intention of ending my days playing the role of meat in the arena. And then you blithely offered me an alliance after what I'd done to you. Why?
I value good fighters. You are one.
That is true. But I'm not merely a hireling. It is strange you did not consider that when you offered me an alliance. But it does not matter.
Tell me about, Commissar.
The Dark City is the bastion of the Drukhari, the most magnificent of all our strongholds. The Cabals, witch cults, and the Incubi inhabit the place. with swarms of scourges flying overhead and a myriad of misfits and horrors, including the covens of the homunculi wallowing underfoot. Which do you want to know about?
You are from a Drukhari Cabal, correct?
The Cabals are the foundation upon which rests the power of the one who rules Commissar, as Drubile Vect. Whether it is a mob of berserkers or an organized cartel, their essence is the same. An army of killers, ready to ravage entire worlds at the behest of their leaders, or to rip out the throats of a neighboring cabal in a war declared by the Archons.
I wish to know more about the witch cults.
What more do you need to know that you have not already beheld with your own eyes? They are the mistresses of the arenas, and they're the gladiators who feed the audience in their ravenous agony with exquisite spectacles. Cults often travel to real space on the Cabal's raids to revel in the pain and to capture fresh meat for their arenas.
What are the incubi orders?
The aloof incubi. They dedicate their lives to the art of killing, so much so that they do not plot or chase after delicious torment. All their hatred and longing for suffering are channeled toward perfecting their skill.
Tell me about the scourges.
Winged Drukhari, who have chosen to go through an agonizing process to become such a monstrosity. They escort raiding ships and inflict the first strike on the enemy. In Commissar, these creatures huddled in flocks so that they do not fall victim to the more formidable of their kin.
I'm interested in the homunculi covens.
Artists of the flesh who prefer to hide away in their laboratories and create nightmares from the materials their servants supply. Engines of pain, grotesques, racks, all are the fruits of their subtle craft.
That will do. Any thoughts how we can escape this place?
On a mountain of bodies, bathing in our enemies' tears and blood. Do not deceive yourself by thinking we will escape this place alive without violence. I, for one, hope that there will be plenty of it. But there is one unfortunate detail. An Arabenian has stepped into your path, one of Kegarak's tribe, who lurk in the tangle of the webway. I've heard them called harlequins in your tongue. The one that appeared in the Obsidian Court is the most dangerous and unpredictable of all. I'm beginning to think that his visit is a sign that the events unfolding around us have not been left to chance. Perhaps they are the result of interference at the behest of the highest authority.
Alright, I must take my leave.
Do not keep me waiting too long.
Yes? Sir?
Earlier, are you gonna be pissy with me?
You came back from the dark, Elentark?
Nope.
Unharmed. So?
Cool. Oh, righto. Level 29. That's when we're expected to be here? We're expected to be here at level 29? I wasn't even halfway through Act 2 yet. Is there any downside to killing the snake? Because it seemed absolutely ludicrous. It was so unimaginably stupid to believe that, and yet it's true. It made zero logical sense. I'm sorry for doubting you. Alright, I will level up Marazhai. Killing Edge. Finesse and Imminent Demise. And then we go Medicae, Killing Spree, Perception. Has it been confirmed that DLC 4 is going to be a massive expansion of Act 2? Okay. I'm hoping that it does similar to what DLC 3 did, which is just a very quick smattering in Act 2, and then most of it in Act 4, and I think 5? I don't hate it. I can understand hating it. But I personally don't hate it. I just grow weary of it. Emboldened by bloodshed. And then dispatch 3. And then we get Malign Influence and Shearing Strikes. And then Athletics into Lethal Concentration. Weapon skill, Prey on the Weak. Yes and no. Getting the first companion is a little difficult, but once you've gotten to a certain area, it becomes considerably easier. If you aren't on Grim Darkness mode, it'll be fine. Like, it'll be super easy if you're not on Grim Darkness mode, essentially. Blind Grim Darkness mode was the only reason I failed it the first time. Honestly, what I would like is take, leave up through the Dynastic Crypt for Void Shadows in Act 2, and then everything after that, move to Act 4. So, like, confronting the Confessor and the ambush in the whatever. I think. And then for DLC 2, just remove the goddamn friggin' Face Stealer planet. For the love of God. Sorry, I mean, you can move that to Act 4. Totally unbiased. No. Well, maybe. It would be really hard to do that, though. Like, really, really hard to do that. Especially if you're reading the dialogue. Yeah, I don't think you can miss the elf if you have the elf with you. But I think you said that you weren't, you messed up and weren't able to recruit her. So... Taunting Scream, and then... Flora Xenos. Lethal Threat, perfect opening. And what gear do you come with? You come with straight ass. Okay. Okay, you get that. Over here for weapons. It should. He is behind a check, but the check was, like, super easy. If I recall, it was a check that I'm not specialized in. I think it was, like, an athletics check or something. And, I was still able to get it with ease. Let me see here. Black Haze Venom Blade. I think that's about as good as it's getting. Unless I want to go with the Bloodseeker Clave instead of two weapons. Which I don't know if I do. Okay, let's come over here. Depends on the build. For like a Blade Dancer Executioner, generally yes. As soon as they fix the bug with it. Because Blade Dancer Executioner wouldn't care about base damage. It would be all about applying as many damage over time effects as possible through as many hits as possible. But I don't know for other builds. I know generally going two-handed isn't all that great because there are just really good one-handed weapons like this one that just like outclass the two-handed weapons even. So there's almost no reason not to go two weapons, or at least like one weapon and like a shield or something. But he is assassin, so his playstyle is run around, hit openings, and deal damage. Okay, what do we want here? You know what? You have Taunting Scream, sure. You're not going to be very thick, but getting to watch you keel over repeatedly could be funny. Yeah, well, yeah. The fact that those two skills aren't counting as melee is really, really bad. You made it clear that our deal was only until we are free of BDSM land. So you upheld that? Yeah. Shields are pretty good on him. Like an Arch-Militant, one-hander and shield is pretty good with him. Actually, hold up here. This gives extra lethality, which I do believe is an assassin thing. I don't know, I haven't really played much with assassins, so... that won't do anything. Yep, that sounds accurate. Especially if you have Invigorating Resolve. Here, you can just have this. I'm not caring enough to like go through all of everything and give you like the most optimal stuff. I just want... You can have that. You can have that. And then we're looking for boots. Yeah, yeah. Here, you can just have those, sure. I don't care enough. The odds Marazhai is relevant in combat are very, very low. He is there as an in-case until I get Heinrix.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Did something Cervantes rushes about the laboratory, snatching up certain tools, vials, and notes. He conceals some of these items inside his own body cavities and destroys the rest. Did something happen? The Cult of the Fatal Thirst craves blood specimen. Your blood, my blood. One must be astoundingly insensitive to the vibrations of the Dark City to not realize this. The homunculus notices Marazhai, Draken. After you went against the Archon of the Reaving Tempest, you decided to violate the wishes of the Archon of the Black Heart as well. You were thrown into the arena to die. You show wretched incompetence by defying your masters. My presence offends you. I see. Good. Marazhai sneers and looks around. You have made yourself quite comfortable here in the chasm. Is this where you have kept the things that you dared not bring to the spire of the Reaving Tempest? It must be vexing having to abandon it all as you flee the cult's wrath. One of Cervantes' limbs twitches and strikes blindly. Only Marazhai's reflexes save him from a fatal neck wound, but the homunculus makes no further attempts to attack. He seems to care more about his substances and instruments than the insufferable Capellite. Why do the witches desire my death? You humiliated them, monkey? Kikaros and I agreed that she would send fresh meat against you, but she decided to undermine my authority by sending out her best. You slaughtered them, and so it was the cult's authority that suffered. But who cares about a pathetic monkey? You are my lackey, and thus it is I who is responsible for undermining the cult's authority. You should be careful what you wish for, Xenos. And it wasn't enough for you to just kill them. You enticed one of the bloodstained proselytes to join the monkey side. As the entire chasm watched, a slap in the face of the cult wasn't enough for you, so you decided to spit in its face as well. Oh, but there's more. I hope Kekaros and Sinisthoria are now writhing in horror at the mere thought that their headless subordinates have lost the Capellite who was sentenced to death by Nezrike himself. First, they decided to play at charity by making me a proselyte, and now they let me slip through their fingers. Oh, I wish I could see the succubus's face when she was given the news. You dispatched me to kill the witches. Are you telling me you did not anticipate such consequences? It was supposed to go differently. Your performance was supposed to be a lesson in respect, not a declaration of war. You would have killed someone unimportant and made the witches' vanity bleed. The witches would have received your head as a salve for their wounded pride. They would have been reminded for a time that I was still someone who could greatly complicate their existence. Instead, you failed me, all of you. Kikaros did not keep her word, and you did not die in her trap. It is all your fault that things have spiraled out of control. So this guy's just a moron. So your original plan would have still had us all dead, you self-desiccated creep. You promised to help me get out of here. Forget the old promises, monkey. This is war. My loyal servants are being slaughtered across the chasm. I cannot take any more specimens away with me, and the ones I have already packed are far more valuable than you. Marazhai's face suddenly changes, his mocking grin gone. He fixes his gaze under the homunculus into the spire of the Reaving Tempest to hide under the wing of Euremerus, an Archon fallen into disgrace. What an imprudent choice. You should run away from her and her troubles unless you are somehow connected to her crime. You were not in a position to know about the Archon's plans before, much less now. And so unravel the rotten threads in the tapestry of fate. Elentok, here is the true nature of the Dark Ones, a lie hidden between sweet promises. Having learned from a cruel mistake, I foresaw this outcome. Belated wisdom. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright, the ads are finished. Let's continue. So what's the plan? I will leave the Anatomical Opera and withdraw to the Spire of the Reaving Tempest. The witches don't dare to settle their scores under the eye of my patrons. The Cabal's valuable servant is safe from their ire. As for you, go out into the streets of the chasm and die. Or go to the arena and try to kill Kakaros. Even if you succeed, you will still die. I should have stopped wasting time on this idiocy long ago. All those pathetic simpletons did was weaken my focus and distract me from my masterpiece. So I managed to bring about your downfall after all, unholy spawn. Your insight is astounding, specimen, but have you noticed that you have also doomed yourself? Enter the arena. The succubi will not pass up this chance to gut you in front of an audience. If you could simply wound Kekaros, it would give us both enough time to escape. For that, I would be willing to sacrifice the deadliest and most valuable specimens in my collection. If you manage to kill her, run. Sinisthoria will not let such impertinence go unpunished, and her wrath is 100-fold more dangerous than Kekaros' fury. Do not return to the chasm. You will find no shelter there. Seek salvation in other spires, and you may prolong your agony for a short time. Well, Shireen, I don't know if we should be celebrating our victory or our final moments, one way or another. We'd better get sloshed. No time like the present. Let's head straight to our hideout at the Shrieker's Den. Since you are intent on fleeing, you might as well release my companions. I cannot transport them to my new sanctuary. You may take them. I have unlocked the containment sarcophagi for dangerous specimens. Go and inspect them. Some of your servants may still be alive, but do not allow them to use their abilities until I've left the Anatomical Opera. Allow me to take the Space Marine you keep in a cage. No. Hold out a bag of the samples. It will do. Obedient specimen, so be it. You have earned a few minutes of my attention. The answer is still no. This particular monkey specimen has phenomenal parameters. I previously studied 2 other specimens of the same breed, but have yet to untangle their genetic secrets. He also performs well enough in the arena. I will not part with the last specimen. The loss of some monkey could never impede the work of a mind as great as yours. Perhaps the genetic subtype of all 3 specimens was defective, and this is the cause of my limited success. In that case, the loss of this specimen would not be significant. I recommend pain as a means of pacification, and you can take his armor. I found it entirely unintriguing. I wish to know more about you and your craft. I'm not in the habit of conversing with specimens, but if it increases your motivation to serve. This dialogue feels a little weird coming now, or doing it now instead of earlier, but, you know, whatever. What is your craft? An absurd question befitting your small-minded kind. The homunculi are artists of anguish and the masters of flesh, the delvers into unexplored sources of pain, the greatest among their people. My head holds a brilliant intellect. My hands command power over life and death. My body is the pinnacle of surgical discipline. Our minds hold the knowledge of hundreds of generations. Are you aware of the beautiful variety of essences that can be extracted from the psychic energy of a dying sentient creature? Of the ways shades of torment and methods of termination alter an essence's properties. This is the great alchemy of death and transformation. Until this day, I could only dream of meeting such a wise and enlightened being. I have few equals in Camorra. My knowledge is vast, and it goes beyond the mysteries of flesh and essences. I have observed many disjunctions where the destructive energies of the unreal erupted here in the webway. I've studied that devastating force and learned to harness it. I've created psi stiflers to keep the space around the spire intact. I've touched knowledge so ancient, Tarvantius abruptly ends his speech, casts a suspicious look at you, and then snaps. It is not necessary for you to know this. Am I to understand that the most fearsome Drukhari warriors are created by artisans such as you? Without a doubt. Even the most skilled witches and mighty Cabalites are outstripped by the pure destructiveness of our genius. Yet, I long ago rose above the building of commonplace battle beasts. The monstrosities I create are unique. My last specimen, the Chtonos, surpassed every trifle ever made by my rivals. I fed it elite warriors until it escaped and hid in the mangled sector. I would have caught it, but then a new idea drew my attention. At present, I'm working on a grotesque of previously unknown power, built from the most exquisite and exotic body parts from among strong fighters. Specimen, should you ever see the corpse of a fine warrior or a mighty creature lying at your feet, cut out the best part and bring it to me. I shall find you some interesting samples. Do you not get enough monsters in this, accursed city? Let's stop there. Why did I survive the interrogation to which Marazhai brought me? Your body was given to me for disposal. It was thrown into the cesspit. It is an anomaly that the specimen did not die. I must consider fitting the disposal chute with a shredding mechanism. The Master of Flesh is twisting the truth, Elentok. Had the Arabenian not interfered in the Archon's trial, it is unlikely that anyone could have survived that questioning. Let us stop here. I found some materials. Are they suitable for your new monster? Good materials. Good specimens. Bring me more. Uh-oh. There's a lot of switches here, and I don't know what they do. Me saving as if it's going to do anything.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I need your help. The prisoner looks at you expectantly without stopping his chewing, but his expression shifts subtly, as if affected crudeness of it mind and manner has been replaced by focus and cunning. The hopeful quick save, yeah. You, warrior, have the honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with a true hero of the Imperium. We are both servants of the Emperor. We ought to help each other in this perilous place.
Do you serve the Emperor? Or are you a puppet with the hand of that Xenos butcher up your arse? How am I to know whose words you speak? Yours or his? How am I to know what plot you're trying to draw me into?
You, warrior, have the honor of standing shoulder to shoulder with a true hero of the Imperium.
A true hero? Is that right?
I have enacted my will without fear of death, and my valor was celebrated long before I became a rogue traitor.
Do you realize who you are bragging to, mortal? I have faced enemies in 1,000 battles. The bodies of those I have slain could pay the path from Fenris to Holy Terra. My name is known to everyone in the chapter.
My name is known to everyone in the Chtonos Expanse.
Well, I think I have heard of you. You truly are stout-hearted, they say, and have proved yourself in the past. Very well. It will be no shame at all to go into battle with you. Even though you cannot hope to compete with an angel of the Emperor for sheer glory. It seems Tervantius is not as clever as he likes to appear if he's letting me out of the cage. The joke is on him. Good steel I have But if we are going hunting, I will need my wolf skin.
Alright.
What did you say your name was?
Big guy. Alright, let's take a look-see. What have you got here? Astartes chainsaw. If an attack with this knife kills the target, the wielder restores 1 AP and can make an additional attack with this knife. That's tempting. I'll just keep this here for the extra AP and extra attack. Heavy stubber. Shoot, he really doesn't have a lot of options here. 10% armor and immunity to all critical hits. Let's go. What does he have here? Athletics, and that's, like, it? I'm not impressed so far. But I haven't looked at his, skills, talents, etc. Okay, you can't have any other boots. Your intelligence just has to be 35. I can't even use that on you. We'll go with this, and then I don't know what to give you here. I do have a second cape he could wear. I do. Thank you. I'm blaming that one on my red-green colorblind. I didn't notice that it didn't have, like, the red shit behind it. If any of the characters' characteristics are above 100, which they're not. How is his lore Imperium so low as a friggin' space marine? I do appreciate it. You know what? That's good enough. He's probably not staying in the party very long. Archetypes, features, talents, origin, stalwart warrior. Space Marines' maximum wounds are increased by their toughness. Isn't that how it usually is? Their bodies are considered full cover during enemy turns until they die or fall unconscious. Okay. Eternal Warrior. Instead, he stays inactive for 2 rounds, becoming untargetable and immune to damage, also counting as full cover for his allies. Movable cover. You can ram horizontally. Huh. That's an interesting one. Oh boy. It gives him to you at a really low level. Alright. Ulfar. Let's see, what am I doing with you? Always ready, ballistic skill, wildfire. And bolt weapon expert. And then we go athletics, broad expertise, toughness, brutal hunter. Okay, then we get Arms Master, Athletics and Agility. Steady Superiority 4, of course, and then Awareness, Flash Fire, Agility, Combat Master. Okay. Not just mobile cover. A 2x2 mobile cover. He thick. Yup. Reckless Rush. Dependable. Perception Awareness. And then Adaptability, Perception, Grenadier. How to hype up a character and be let down immediately after 101. I don't know. I've only really heard decent things about him. Like, he's no Argenta. But I've heard from others that he's still on, like, if you don't have Argenta in the party, he still carries pretty hard if you need a DPS. Peak Condition, Swift Slaughter. Athletics, Critical Versatility, and then Ballistic and Swift Movements. I have a feeling my build's gonna feel like a better version of his just because I went out of my way to really optimize it. The leveling order might be a little jank, but by the end, it should be really good. I don't know. I'm just following Revan's guide for him because I don't feel like sitting here trying to think it through. Entrench. Athletics. Degraded defense. And contempt for the weak. Revan's builds are good enough that I don't feel the need to question them. Oh, is this a puzzle?
It's about time.
I completed the puzzle without trying. I think that's the first time in history for me. Whenever the wearer dodges an attack, they become a priority target for the attacker until the wearer's next turn. Marvelous compact weapon in the form Stinger Shot once per combat. Okay. At the start of combat, the wearer inflicts 4 bleeding on themselves. Whenever the wearer performs an area melee attack, they inflict 4 bleeding on all hit creatures. This area melee attack also deals additional damage.
A new challenge for me.
Yeah, something like that. And this is the spider's web. Why are there webbers? They're shit. They don't do anything.
Victory awaits.
Torture device is locked and sealed. Vet out Demonologist just a bit. You like the whole idea of gobbling up demons and summoning them again? I don't know how to feel about the whole one-hander plus shield side, though. I think you misunderstand the core concept of the class. You're not supposed to summon the demons again, unless absolutely necessary. You're supposed to slot them into your gear for the buffs that they give. Yeah. It's just not worth spending the action to summon them. You're going to be stronger than the demons 99% of the time anyway. The Drukhari, who was leaning over a body encased in a strange sarcophagus-like device, turns around. The Xenos' face is covered by a mirrored mask, and he's holding tools of some kind. They more closely resemble a torturer's implements than those of a chirurgeon. A guttural hiss comes from behind the mask. What do you want, cattle? Examine the body inside the sarcophagus. You instantly recognize the man who's pinned with hooks and bonds to the numerous needles sticking out of the bowels of this device. Despite the deathly pale, bloodless tone of his skin, interrogator Heinrix Van Kalix is still alive, judging by his weakly rising and falling chest and his frantically wandering, half-open eyes. His head is tightly encircled by a wide metallic band, Blood is seeping from underneath it. Get out, cattle. What manner of device is this? What do you care, cattle? The Drukhari freezes for a moment, and you notice his hands shaking. Tervantius sent you for the essence of pain, didn't he? Tell him that the last samples turned out bad. It will take time to extract pure, unadulterated pain. Yes, a very long time. The monkey is stubborn and strong, but his vitality is waning. I just need to concentrate. Something tells me that you consumed those last samples yourself. What do you suppose Tervantius will do when he finds out? What? How did you? The torturer hunches his shoulders and begins to shake violently, no longer trying to hide it. How could I resist? Pure unadulterated essence? An extract of true torment? The Drukhari's voice deteriorates into unintelligible hissing before he turns and scurries away. The body inside the sarcophagus is not moving. Heinrix appears to have no awareness of his surroundings. His clouded gaze is directed past you. Heinrix, it's Zen. Can you hear me? Heinrix's head moves ever so slightly. You get a good look at his eyes now. The pupils are constricted to the size of pinheads. He's blind. His bitten, bloodied lips begin to move. To the warp with you, beast. I've heard all this before. You won't trick me again? This is no trick. Pull yourself together. I need your help. Heinrix's unseeing eyes move back and forth, struggling to see you. It can't be. Zen, is it really you? Where are you? Are you close by? Then, in the name of the throne, find a way to get me out of this coffin? Release Heinrix from the device. That he did. You cut the tubes, pull out the hooks and the needles, and free Heinrix from his bonds. He almost falls out of the Drukhari device, just managing to stay on his feet. He gestures feebly at his eyes. I can't see a thing. Give me a moment to ascertain what they've done to me. Blast it, I can't sense my body. What happened to you after we were captured? They moved me multiple times from one place to another. But what those places were, I cannot say. I saw spires in an ocean of mist. I saw the bowels of a Drukhari ship. I almost broke free once. Few things frightened the Xenos as much as warp powers. I was close. Heinrix shakes his head. One might consider my words heretical, but I would say it was only due to the homunculus who brought me here that I survived after falling in that struggle. From there, it was just this place, this coffin and pain. Yeah, I'll be doing that for like a second playthrough, probably. Maybe. Did they blind you? No. No, I don't think so. It is likely just my body reacting to extended bouts of pain. Heinrix chuckles bitterly. To think that I have forgotten what it's like to experience such basic impulses. As a biomancer, I can stifle my physical reactions. Perhaps that is why I was chosen for this device. Because I had distanced myself from the sensation of pain, and because of my stubbornness that forbade me from surrendering. You cannot sense your body? What does that mean exactly? If I knew, I wouldn't be pondering the question right now. I think the circlet on my head wasn't inhibiting my abilities. It was turning them inward, binding them inside my body. They made me torture myself with warp energies. I was burning and mutilating my internal organs. Damned Xenos. Heinrix clenches his fists in fury and immediately winces from the pain. Can you walk? We do not have much time. I can move, yes. Warp take them. I feel like my nerves have been turned inside out and then sewn back like that. For the time being, I will have to suffer pain whenever I take a step until I recuperate. Now that I'm free to use my powers again, it's entirely achievable. Heinrix squints, struggling to see anything through his unfocused eyes. He finally rubs them and turns his gaze to Irliet, standing behind you. Zen, am I hallucinating, or is the Xenos who consigned us to this nightmare back in your retinue? The interrogator's voice vibrates with incandescent rage. Irliet did not want us to suffer this fate? Of course. This is why she sold us out to her kinsman at the drop of a hat. Nothing I hear will reassure me. We can go, but you will have to guide me for a little while. He doesn't even have any debuffs. He's acting like he's so aggrieved and whatnot. He doesn't have a single debuff on him. What the hell, man? Peak condition, predicted downfall. Very much a drama queen. Alright, what do we have here? Psyker's breastplate, yup, that's good. The Thessardium mask, yup, that's good. Spirit drape, I'm good with that. This never seems to do anything. I think it only counts his first real turn, but by then everything's already buffed because I give him an extra turn. So, I will... The wearer's melee attack damage is increased by 18. It is a shame that this isn't a necklace. That is fine, though. He can probably actually do damage now. Between everything that he has.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Did I? Where'd the old one go? Throw that in there until we switch. I will go with, I guess, this one. Life Emanations. I mean, the 30 willpower alone is probably just fine. Yeah, I'll just leave this on. It's plenty. Did I ever... I did not. There we go. I mean, these animals only help me buff. They propagate buffs. So if I throw,
My tech assistant is ready to operate.
you know, voice of command on the Servo Skull Swarm, it gives it to everybody instead of just one person.
Follow my lead.
I have no dog in this party.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The dog is bonus damage. You've insulted the cult of the Fatal Thirst Outsider. You've insulted the Fighting Pit itself. The witches are longing for you to die. Oh. Right. This might have been a mistake.
I won't heed your cries of mercy. Brace yourself.
If nothing else, this looks like the most fun I'm probably getting out of this for a while. Abelard. Go there. Heinrix, come up here. Bird. Come over here. Oh my god. Can it fucking... Eogunn. Come back here. Bird. Come up here. Iliot. Come down here. Guy. Come over there. I think I did. The side with the puzzle? Or no, the other side. Maybe I didn't? I don't know. I can go back in there, I think. I hope.
Is that my blood? I can do that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Okay.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Heinrix.
Am I getting paid for this?
Naturally.
Then we warp speed. Stabilize. Dodge and parry by 25%.
For the throne's glory. But of course.
Endure. And then I will throw this on the scariest one there is. Do I throw it on the scariest one or many of them? I'll throw it on the scariest one. Enfeeble the one that's most likely to be a problem. The grotesque. And then I will move down here and see if I can't get a hit in. There we go. Okay, I thought it looked scary. I don't even know what I did to it.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate the lurk.
Protect me. I'll do what it takes. I am a traitor. There's nowhere to hide. Nothing of value has been lost.
I move swiftly to
Okay.
strike.
Perfect strike. Or perfect spot. Let's call.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Yeah. Apparently so. Can I go back to early Act 3 levels of scary again, please? That was fun.
If it serves your cause.
Hear you moving, no more.
I understand your...
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
My creation, your assistance is required. Executing command. Curious. Focus system. Engage.
Yeah. Yeah, it did. I just saw two numbers at once and I was like, I know one of them was my axe. What was the other one? I guess maybe the eye laser? Okay, that's good at least. So I just have to make it through this.
Lucius and Relay. This was a statistical error. Removing restrictions on the galvanic cell.
Alright, what is even left? Cabalite Warrior, Cabalite Ranger, Troll Master, Ranger. Alright. I will endure.
Not a problem for me.
Use Reckless Rush. Reckless Strike.
Let's see how they respond to this. Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
I like how the shotgun isn't even needed. It's just kind of auxiliary there to boost my versatility.
All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Nocturne of Oblivion. The key unlocks a door that then will lead to one that only happenstance will free. Your chance I'll be. To me the bolts will cede. Your part comes next. To break the bonds and flee. You, the merchant vagabond, I bring the gift of providence, but will you look? This is some Cassia shit that I'm seeing on my screen. Sudden pain grips your skull and your vision clouds over, but as soon as you resurface, a dramatic scene appears before you. The streets of the Dark City are teeming with hundreds of colors, from grimy gray shades to extravagantly bold hues. At first, they blend together in your vision, but soon you are able to distinguish their sources. people, Xenos, animals, you, and of course, the Harlequin standing in front of you. The Xenos' colors are like those of a broken kaleidoscope. Your eyes water at the mere attempt to pick any one thing out, and your head is splitting more than ever. Yet despite this, you are subconsciously aware that the dark, lilac clouds surrounding the slender figure poses unspeakable danger, and that the bright sparkles of silver indicate that this danger, at least for now, is directed at you. When you avert your gaze and slowly exhale, the vision falls away as if it was never there. The Harlequin observes you with interest, his silence speaking volumes. You've helped me more than once already, I'm listening. Both opening and warning is my boon. Your fate hangs by a thread, drawn, breaking tight. But with a show of patience, opportune, the merchant's certain death will turn to flight. You stride not into battle, but a snare of guile and strife, a neatly woven net. Lust's mistress lifts her sword into the air, and baying for your blood, her pack does set. So dance a ring around oblivion, await a sign from night's own melody, catch sight of it, and then make haste be gone. One yawning mouth, one leap to set you free. So Kekarus is planning to kill me in the next fight, but you are ready to effect my escape. All I must do is survive the arena, wait for your sign, then run. You cannot possibly mean into a literal mouth, so you must mean for me to leap into a portal of some kind. Do I have that right? The Harlequin sweeps into a low bow, like an actor who has performed before a true lover of high art. He seems satisfied with your answer. The Xenos lays a finger over the mute lips of his mask and vanishes as if to convey that your conversation is a great secret known only to the two of you.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
By the way, the entire reason that thing ran past me and tripped into my zone of command is because it was within range of the Servo Skull Swarm, which has a permanent AoE taunt ability on it. So it wanted to get to the Servo Skull Swarm, which is very funny to me.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, I will go back in here real quick and check to make sure I got all the loot. I did not. Good call, Zalaro. Good call. If the wearer has 8 or more AP at the start of their turn, they gain 30% damage for the rest of the combat. That is very tempting to wear over the first aid manual. The wearer gains 10 agility and fellowship whenever the wearer's wounds should be decreased to 0 for the first time in combat. They are restored up to 50% of their maximum wounds instead. That is also very nice. Long range aim lens. Range of, ranged attacks, distance by 4 cells. 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 4 cells Homunculus's Prism. Discharge Shell. This is for the Manipulus. Gains 1 stack of potential energy whenever an ally within 4 cell radius suffers damage from an attack. User's maximum armor is 0. This seems not great. What does the Galvanization do? Until the end of combat, whenever this augment's effect triggers, the user also gains 1 stack of Pain Incarnate. If an ally that suffered damage has less than 50% wounds, the user also gains Restitched Flesh. 7% more damage. Characteristics are reduced by 7. You know, I don't like that. I will take all of this stuff, however. Newest to oldest. Do I take this? I don't know if I quite have 8 AP at the start of my turn yet. I could wear this. The agility is nice. I am kind of stacking agility a bit. Arena is the point of no return, just FYI. Yeah, I kind of figured. It definitely seemed that way. I'm going to go with this over the target designator. It's probably not needed in most scenarios, but there have been a couple times where she was out of range of things. And I was told that, that the maps get large. So, I will try it. See where it lands. I do think I will go with this. One moment. There we go. And then we have some goods up here. First things first here. I have a bone to go pick with a certain someone. I think we all know who. I'll let everybody ruminate over that while the ads play. Don't believe Snake. Why? It is time for ads, though. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content, and I will catch everyone after the ads. Ooh, snakeskin belt? What about snakeskin boots? By the way, if the ads are finished. If Act 3,
A new
like,
challenge for me?
the arena's the point of no return, but I don't know how much further into, or there is in Act 3 past that point of no return. If that's all there is, then this entire act is just as large as the godforsaken Face Stealer planet from DLC 2.
It's about time.
I have a good few maps left. Good, good.
My lead.
Like, I know this has been taking a while, but, like, all of that time has just been me, reading things. Do I get my companions in this fight? You don't remember. I'm not one of your gladiators. You wanted my help, didn't you? Well, I help Shriekers. And when a Drukhari messenger comes to my den, they go off to the arena nice and quietly, and they try to survive. That's life in the spires. It wasn't a memorable fight. But now, I'll look out for you. I'll give you shelter, and good weapons, armor, and combat stimulants that will make your mind light and easy. What's not to like, humanling? But why? What's in it for you? There's nothing in it for me. In the spires, plenty of things are done for no good reason. Just because, or for pleasure. This is Kimura. A moment's pleasure here is often the only sliver between your life and death. I was having a delectable time while you were still in the dark. That's what I got out of it. You owe me. I got a monofilament grenade. Your reign is at an end. I will be assuming control.
I'll wipe you from the face of the galaxy.
Yes, I do get my companions, which is why it was not memorable.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag.
Malice is a 4? I like how his weapon is literally just called two-handed ranged. Oh, wow.
I can do that with the right incentive. You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this? I can do that with the right incentive.
Heinrix.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally.
We endure.
For the
Enfeeble.
throne's glory. Your turn.
Move it over here. You missed the suspense of early Act 3? Same.
Do my bidding.
But it's not like I'm going to intentionally throw now that I'm out of it. So, you know. Is what it is.
My ears are ringing.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
Another clean strike!
Inflict the pain.
If it serves you, deal death with my hands.
A whisper.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
We will
Not your
call.
Xenos pet more. Deal death with my hands. I will not. This tedium is beneath me.
Yeah, that's fair.
My blood sings in anticipation.
Just a minor setback. Nothing I can't do.
I endure. I reckless rush. I reckless strike.
Already done.
Oh, you're a thick one. Not even entirely sure why you're a thick one.
Watch and learn. Nowhere to hide.
Now I'm really riled up.
Nothing I can't do. Watch and learn.
I am surprised that I didn't crit with the axe there.
All too easy. Not a problem.
There we go. Come over here.
Forge ahead.
Use Daring Breach.
Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purposes. Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
You don't mind dying, do
I'm
you?
not even getting to scale long enough. You got Malice? The old serpent got his scaly arsebeat? Shriekers, looks like we have a new boss. Hail the new boss. One second, I gotta sneeze. Oh, alright. Hail the new boss. The sneeze. This is decent, but it would have been nice before I found some of the other loot. It's not really needed now. I'll hold on to it, though. How's this shotgun? Shard shotgun? Oh, it's kind of neat. Definitely would have been better before I got my gear back. Splinter cannon, I don't need that. Chemist combat infuser. Ooh. Ooh. I like this. Not for this playthrough, mind you, but for future playthroughs. On hit, attacks with weapons inflict galvanic resonance. This effect deals 21 damage. Huh, neat. Hello, Anga Velmar. Hope all is well. Yes. Still in Commissar, but we have done most of the stuff in it. Most of the stuff leading up to, like, the third arena fight. At the beginning of the wearer's turn, all enemies in a 3-cell radius gain 1 stack of bleeding. 1 sec, I gotta blow my nose again. Yes, please, no spoilers. That would be appreciated. Dueling sword. I prefer Carnage. I think. Interesting. If I have this as an offhand weapon, instead of my gun, I could theoretically infinite loop attack. That's not the point of this build, though. Did I like the twist on Commissar? I don't know, I killed him. I don't think I crit him at all. I don't have Argenta with me. My party was me, Eogunn, Heinrix, Jai, Irliet, Abelard. Gladiator mesh armor? Ooh. I'm just collecting all of this and then looking at it in my inventory where I can, like, compare. Okay, don't care about that, I don't think. Yeah, I prefer this. Just leave it for now. I'll find out eventually, probably. Unless you really want to tell me, in which case go for it, since I'm already past that point anyway. Whenever the wearer uses a consumable item... Not gonna spoil? Okay, I appreciate it. This could be really dumb. I don't need it, though. How is this in comparison to what we're using? Better. By a lot. Okay. Headhunter Light Carapace. That's fine. This heavy armor, how does it compare? This can be on Heinrix then. No, he has Hiker's breastplate. This just falls a little shy of what I want. Dueling sword is really nice, but I don't know who to give it to. This is Adherent of Mankind. It's the only power armor I've found so far. While in combat, the wearer is considered protected by partial cover if their agility is more than 70, and full cover instead if their agility is more than 140. That's kinda neat, but not as good as having an extra attack. I think I got it down in the Mangled Pits area, or whatever, the area with the Commissar, I think. Yeah, that's noticeable. This is fine, though. We got some cool stuff. Let's take our level 41. 41 ballistic skill, crowd kill. Yeah, it's behind an ability check of some kind. Earliet. Ballistic skill, improved tactics. Turns on Rogue Trader. Heck yeah. Abelard, you are going weapons skill. And easy target. Hervantius. He's okay. He reminded me a lot of a couple characters from other games, too. He's an esteemed colleague, yes. Yes, that. Let's go Fellowship. And Commanding Voice. Inspiring Speech. Inspiring Speech. Here. What am I going here? More int. And then I like that you can upgrade to power armor directly from, like, medium armor, and you don't have to have heavy armor as a feat tax. That's what I like. Seize the initiative, maybe. He usually goes last, though, so it's not super needed. Let's go. Heroism, was it? No. What is it? Yeah. We'll go no respite for now. It might have some relevance. Feels better than some of these others. Heinrix, what do I have set for you? Intelligence and base skill, lore warp. Because I do not care about his actual ability to hit things in combat. He is skills and buffs for me. Why am I not able to get that here? This is level 41, right? Intelligence, base skill, lore, warp. Did I grab that already elsewhere? I had to. Why not? I'm getting rid of him later, probably. But for now... Engavelmar, you're not thinking far enough ahead. He doesn't deserve a quick death. He deserves for me to take him out of here, let him think that, hey, I escaped. This monkey's stupid. And then for me to humiliate him. And, make things even worse for him. Alright, apparently I can't get what I wanted here. Which is weird. So I will just grab... ramming speed. Marazhai. What are we doing with you? Good friend. Weapon skill, open engagement. Ulfar. Ballistic skill, point blank. Okay, I think that's everybody here. Survey the den. The gang of cutthroat gladiators, known as the Shriekers, stare at you in terror and obsequiousness. No one dares to wipe Malice's blood off the floor. It is a symbol of your status. Does anyone here wish to challenge my leadership? The vicious predator. You're the Shriekers, the vicious predators who await their death in the arena. Is that what Malice told you? One of the Shriekers answers proudly, chin raised high. Yes, we are death spawn. Murderous wretches. Malice led us to our deaths before. You lead us now. Do you not understand that Malice was just manipulating you? You died one after another, while he prospered off your deaths? Where did Malice keep his trophies? They are mine now. Tell me, Malice, do you wish to have something stowed away? Or do you still have something stowed away? Some extra special stash? Who can say, humanling? You can tear this den apart, piece by piece. You can torture me, you will find nothing. We Slith know how to shut out our sense of pain, and will suppressors have no effect on us. So there's only one way you can get your hands on my treasures. Open the cage. Give me a knife, and get on your knees. Let me carve your throat open. Speak to Malice. You should have shown greater hospitality when I first came to you. Malice's entire body is covered in grisly wounds. One of his arms has been nearly torn off and is now hanging by sinew. A human would have long since died from such injuries, but Malice does not even look like he's on his last legs. Laugh away, humanling. You've won. Betray the one who aids you. That's life in the spires. You spoke so much about glorious death in the arena. Instead, I shall put you down in a pathetic cage. Resilient to the end, the Xenos refuses to die, clinging to his life with every fiber of his being. But there's nowhere for Malice to hide, and in the end, his cold heart stops. His jaws go slack, and his long, pale purple tongue falls out of his mouth. Malice, the master of the Shriekers, is dead. Turn to the Commissar. How's your neck? Does it hurt? Commissar, whose proud features are utterly ruined, says in a gurgling voice, enjoy your little victory while you can. Tomorrow will rip your head off quicker than it did mine. Then we'll see who will be sitting in whose cage. Better to think on what you have to barter. I will not become like the Xenos. You are free to go. You do not need to tell me twice. So long. Commissar turns to you as he leaves, and you see a mad smile playing on his lips, and a look in his eyes that says this isn't over. Make a commanding gesture. I do not wish to be disturbed. I'm just making sure that there's no awareness check that I've missed or anything like that. I let the wrong one live if I were to spare either. Ah well. There's always next time. Heinrix, I haven't spoken with you yet since I got you out. Heinrix's stare seems to pass straight through you, but his face is tense, almost to the point of twitching. He nods wordlessly at you. How's your recuperation progressing?
It will take some time. I can heal grievous wounds and correct disfigurement, but remake my nerve endings from scratch. Such delicate and painstaking work is beyond my capabilities. Every day with you brings new challenges.
What do you know about this place?
Regrettably, little. Commissar is the city of the Drukhari, the sprawling Xenos domain built in the very plexus of the webway. This is the home of their cabals, and the launch point for their raids into real space. The Xenos' most supreme leaders dwell within the shadows of this place, and this is where the Drukhari bring their bounty, as they have brought us. I would tell you more, but I can't. Not because of the prohibitions of the Inquisition, but because the information is fragmentary and unverified. Based on what we have learned here, we are in the prison of one of the arenas where the Drukhari killed their prisoners as public entertainment. These Xenos feed off pain, which means that entertainments like this are not a whim, but a necessity for these abominations. They need pain more than they need air to breathe, and so these performances must be held unceasingly, and raids to acquire new victims must continue without interruption.
How can we escape this place?
I cannot offer a ready-made escape plan, but I do know that the Drukhari are constantly vying and warring with one another. Their chiefs take pains to keep their servants from complete mutual destruction. If you can find a way to exploit their personal feuds, we might have the faintest chance of survival, and an opportunity to slip away.
Am I mistaken, or is the present company making you uncomfortable?
Do you actually want to hear what I have to say on the topic? Or was that just a polite turn of phrase that demands only an equally polite and insincere, "You are mistaken, Lord Captain"?
I wish to know your opinion.
I hope you do not need me to tell you that taking any Drukhari into your retinue is a stunt that falls somewhere between blasphemous heresy and incredible foolishness, let alone a Drukhari who has already succeeded in bringing myriad calamities down on our heads. I cannot imagine even one good reason why you should have taken this step, but I can think of plenty of bad ones, and that is what alarms and troubles me. Iliad is directly responsible for us being lured into her kin's trap. They plotted against us together. That she herself ended up a captive only shows how nefarious and brutal these creatures are by their very nature. Whatever story she spun you, it was the height of naivety to believe it. If I may be candid, I have certain reservations about Ulfar. There is no question that he is one of the Astartes, the divine warriors of the Emperor, and his help will be invaluable in our attempts to escape Commissar. However, as chapters go, the Space Wolves are extremely distinctive. I can't reveal all that I know without breaking the prohibitions of the Inquisition, but I'm asking you, be careful when dealing with the warrior.
I must take my leave.
The Emperor protects.
He sounds happy? Yeah, I know, right? Alright, where's Ulfar? You're up here.
Let us raise our cups at Fatar, in honor of deeds accomplished and in expectation of those yet to come.
Why do you call me at Vadar?
This is the name given on Fenris to a pack father, a commander or captain. An Edfater answers to a Jarl, the commander of a great company. Since you are the one who commands your crew, and I follow you at present, I am granting you the honored title of Edfater.
He's my buffer. I'm not leaving him. What he knows is the Inquisition tried to kill a bunch of innocent civilians, and the wolves said no, and they fought about it. Inquisition did not have a good time. That's hilarious to me. I can never presume to give orders to one of the Emperor's angels. Thank you for this honor. Yeah, I'll,
Be worthy of it, and see that you do not disgrace this glorious rank.
How were you planning on getting out of here?
I have had a few thoughts on that score, but don't try to pry them out of me. When the time comes, I will share them with you.
Perception test failed. Holy shit! I just barely failed, too. That's funny. It appears this warrior of the Emperor is blessed with brute strength, but is neither cunning nor ingenious. He's clumsily attempting to hide his total lack of strategy for escaping behind tantalizing evasions. Why do you devour your enemies?
Why do you think?
Medicae test failed. Have you lost your mind?
You think I have fallen into the sweet embrace of madness? No, I have not lost my mind. Not yet, at least. Do you know of the implant called the Omophagia? It is one of the blessings the All-Father granted to his Astartes. Nerve nodes that connect the stomach walls and the spinal cord allow me to absorb information from the genetic code of the flesh I consume.
Oh, sick. That's neat.
I have slain many Xenos and feasted on their flesh. My captors have watched me do it and taken glee in it, while I have been gathering information and planning my escape.
Tell me about your brothers, the Space Wolves.
Not everyone is granted the right to ask such questions. But you, I shall allow it. What do you want to know about the Astartes from the glorious Fenris?
Who are the Space Wolves?
Vilka Fenrica. That is our name in the old tongue of
That is
our
insane.
world. We are the fiercest of the All-Father's warriors. His executioners. His retribution. Our fearless Wolf King is Lehman Russ, son of the All-Father. Our world is Fenris, and our home the Fang, which rises from the world's spine into orbit. We are the thunder in the bloody storm of battle that calls to us. That is who we are.
Glory to the Wolves of Fenris. Smiling in satisfaction, the wolf graces you with a magnanimous nod.
But there is more to our spirit than grim destruction alone. In the Hall of Heroes, we hold feasts the likes of which you will see nowhere else. To thundering laughter, we raise our horns, tell our sagas, and honor our glorious fallen. Though the body of an Astartes is built to be immune to the effects of drink, we invented a way around this taboo. The mead we brew can overcome even our blood. It makes us drunk, and makes our feasts jovial occasions. Mead. Nowhere else but on good old Fenris.
Solara.
No other world is home to such poisonous plants.
Fenris, what is it like?
Fenris is home. A harsh land of harsh winters and harsh people. When comes the Hellwinter, a fearsome season of frosts, the merciless world sea freezes, and great white bears, snow wyrms, and ice trolls go on the hunt. Then, the murderous frost retreats, and boats of harpooners sail out to ply their craft, capturing sea snakes and krakens. And then comes the season of fire. Volcanoes awaken. Waves wash over whole islands, and only the land of Asaheim offers salvation to those whose blood and grit win them the right to live upon it. Clan fights clan. Crows circle over battlefields, and wolf howls rise up to the sky. That is my beloved home. There is no place in the universe like it. Tell me, Edfader, what is the most fearsome foe on Fenris?
Lore Imperium test failed. Fenris is known as a death world for a good reason. There must be dozens of lethal creatures that inhabit the planet. But which is more fearsome than all the rest? The ocean or the cold? Or humans? I'm gonna go humans.
It is true that humans are more dangerous than any animal, but true terror does not come garbed in familiar flesh and blood. The curse of the Wolfen is the most fearsome and most terrible foe on Fenris. In the heart of every brother, there lives a dark beast.
That's funny.
Bloody and forever ravenous. He hungers to kill, not for glory or duty, or his battle brothers, but solely for the sake of killing. For he who falls to that dark beast, there is no joy or thrill in slaughter. There is but dull rancor.
In icons I've seen, Astartes look much less wild.
Our gene seed is unique. Ras blessed us with the Canis Helix, a genetic gift that heightens our senses, making them sharper than those of brothers from other chapters. The Canis Helix kindles a bloodthirst in our hearts and changes our appearance to resemble the lethal wolves of Fenris.
For a Space Marine chapter, you are far from orthodox.
The wolves do not take orders from outsiders. We keep the old ways, not the Codex Astartes. We fight in packs, and we are trained and healed by our wise rune and wolf priests. We do not find honor in adorning ourselves in laurels, but instead etch the full names of our fallen kin as a promise of vengeance, and draw strength from that promise.
What do you believe in?
We believe in the great wolves, in the deadly Blackbane and fierce Drakan the Thunderwolf, in the redoubtable Hagar the Mountain Wolf, and in the Bloodied Hunter. In the wolf that stalks between stars, who follows us wherever we may go. And in the uncanny two-headed Morkai, guard of the realm of the dead. Of the great wolves, some show us their favor. Others are more malign. But each teaches us a lesson. For that, we praise and honor them.
Does that mean you do not believe in the immortal emperor of humanity as God?
The All-Father is not a god. He is the best of all humans, our perfect forebear. His blood flowed through the veins of Ras, and Ras's blood flows in me. Does that make me a god? My respect for him has no end, and I am ready to die for him. But what place does faith have here? Is the All-Father like the massive Iron Wolf, whose every tuft of fur forms a mountain on the surface of Fenris? Or is he as enormous as the Sun Wolf, which rises to hunt every morning and fills our world with light? The All-Father is not a god, but the highest of humanity. Ordinary humans struggle to grasp this. But we, his warriors and offspring, remember the truth.
I see.
It is difficult for non-Fenrisians to grasp our wisdom. It comes along with the cold and death.
What else do your wise priests do?
Lacan the Ruined Wolf once shared the mysteries of the healing potions and the secrets of magic sagas.
Which was the fifth option?
He taught them to see the past and future in thrown runes, to call down
Was that the different religions, same idiocy?
Talismans.
Yeah, okay. Lore warp test failed. You spoke of full names that give you strength. What is your name in that case?
Ulfar Redmane. That is what my brothers call me.
Given the warrior's boastful nature, the indifference with which he revealed his name is surprising. Seems he does not trust you enough to disclose his true name.
Do you? And there I was, about to round off my story with a short 400-verse saga about the gifts of Lacan the Ruined Wolf.
My curiosity has been satisfied.
Should what I told you reach other ears, I shall take your tongue.
How did you end up here?
Want to know what brought the Space Wolves to the Expanse? Or how I ended up in the non-human's Dark City?
How did you come to the Chtonos Expanse?
An inquisitor by the name of Calcazar put out a call for aid. My wolf lord did not refuse him, and had 2 packs deployed to the Expanse. We never trusted this ally, but a blood debt for a service rendered in the past forced our hand.
The Inquisition wields immense power. The entire chapter might have come to the Chtonos Expanse had Calcazar requested it. What debt did you owe the Inquisitor?
He saved our brother who had lost the pack and was unable to look after himself or the chapter's honor. Calcazar returned our brother to Fenris and kept secret the misfortune that had befallen him. The Jarl knew that the Inquisitor's actions were driven by opportunism, and the desire to have us mighty warriors in his debt. But honor forced him to be hospitable to the stranger, and swear an oath of friendship.
Why did the Space Wolves not trust the Lord Inquisitor?
The Inquisition. Pah! Rats! Scurrying around the All-Father's house and ruling it in the Master's absence. Cowards they are. The last into battle, but the first on any war council. We saw what they were worth in the months of shame.
You've never heard the Month of Shame? It is probably something from Fenrisian history. What are the Months of Shame?
An ancient strife. If you do not know of it, then you are not supposed to know.
I've also met Xavier Calcazar. Calcazar has ideas above his station. I do not trust Calcazar. He is suspicious.
We also decided to be cautious. His words flowed like honey, and he seemed an honorable man. But lies always look like truth, don't they? That arrogant chief thought he could give us orders. But we wolves have always followed our own instincts and hunted in our own way. I wager that boiled his blood.
What do you know about Xavier Calcazar's plans and objectives?
In warm furs, the old man does shroud his body. in cloaks of secrets woven, shrouds the sly man his plans. To know his dire purpose, swallow not the words of poison, but his gristle.
How did you end up a captive?
We had gone on a raid for Xenos prisoners and fell into a trap. We had no war machines to support us, and some of our squad were wounded, so we were forced to retreat. I ordered my battle brothers to leave, but I remained behind to meet our guests. I do not know how many of the feeble wretches I slew, but I would have killed even more had their towering piles of bodies not hindered me in combat. They wounded me and captured me. They froze the joints in my armor. When they dragged me to their ship, 2 of my battle brothers descended upon the Xenos and tried to free me. An insane plan, but it almost succeeded. Almost. And so, there were 3 of us taken captive. And then there were 2. And then I was alone once again.
I'm sorry they died?
Yes, so am I.
Tell me about your time in Commissar.
These are dark days you are asking about, Ed Fatter. Let my keen-edged friend be a witness to the ferocity of my words. I was given to Tarvantius for his amusement in the arenas of Commissar. Astartes are a rarity, and he sent me out there to kill gladiators. Living as an inglorious butcher and a Xenos' puppet, I hated it constantly, every moment. I had to take care of my mind before it was twisted to the 7 hells. Every morning I made entreaties to the Allfather, and every night I appealed to Russ. I trained my body, read the litanies, and in the darkest moments I recited my own saga. I recalled every battle, every wound, every brother. And that is how I survived. I always survive. An inquisitor by the name of... This was a
I must take my leave.
Fenris Hilda.
And that's gonna have to be all for today. I'm not gonna play ads when I'm about to end. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I have some stuff I need to do. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciated. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or subscribe button on YouTube. And I hope to catch you all tomorrow or the day after. I'm gonna try and stream in the next couple days, but my neighbors have been setting off illegal fireworks at all hours of the day, and it very much comes through my microphone. So I just we'll see what happens. But thanks again. Yeah. Ulfar out here killing by the dozens and white-knuckling chaos influence. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. Have a wonderful day, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, then the day after. Take care.